I should have known you'd find yourself here, despite all my efforts. It appears you are guided here by fate. What a fascinating concept.
Right, is everyone ready to begin?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright, in the last session of Curse of Strahd, you started out by making your way over to the coffin shop to continue your investigation into the whereabouts of the bones of St. Andrew. On the way, a guard stopped you and handed you an invitation to tea from the Baron himself. Farrah and Neville explored the coffin shop for signs of the bones, but found it mostly empty. However, Farrah did find a diary hidden under a floorboard beneath an old bed.
What? I missed it. What's happening?
We're reading the intro.
Oh.
Thanks, George. Farrah began to sit and read this diary, written by the coffin maker Henrik, and learned that he had made a desperate deal with a stranger who visited him recently and promised him a large amount of gold to steal the bones of St. Andrew and house a number of vampire spawn in his shop. Meanwhile, Neville took out his crowbar and began his search through the many crates in the upstairs area of the coffin shop, triggering the vampire spawn that Farrah was reading about at the same time within to attack him. After a long battle, which involved Farrah turning into a giant spider, Neville getting knocked down by Irina's failed medicine check. Who the fuck is having,
Sorry, my
Windows error messages constantly? Like, sticky keys aren't working. After Neville getting knocked down by Irina's failed medicine check, and Nigel and Helen taking a significant amount of damage, you realise that these spawn were simply too strong for you. The spawn escaped into the streets of Valaki and started causing havoc, and you were then apprehended by Izek Strasny and the guard who brought you before the Baron for your involvement in this event. After some time, the Baron greeted you all for the first time and continually repeating his moniker of "All will be well." After you presented him with the evidence of the journal, though, he decided to excuse you of wrongdoing on this occasion. But only if you agreed to hunt down the remaining spawn and also perform a secondary task for him. Investigate the whereabouts of his missing servants, which he strongly suggests that Lady Fiona Vactor is involved with. He also insisted, on Izek Strasny's recommendation, that Irina stay at the Baron's home, saying that there was no safer place in all of Barovia. He offered each of you to stay as well, if you so choose to. You then began your search for the spawn, which took you across the empty, blood-stained streets with bodies littered throughout. You eventually arrived at a small abandoned house on the edge of the west side of town. And inside, you found the spawn. But not as you expected. This one was already dead, with a stake directly through its heart. And that's where we begin our session. So, you are currently all gathered round this body inside this abandoned cottage. What are each of you doing?
Farrah's just looking at it, a bit confused. Oh, well, who could have done this in this short time?
I thought we knew you killed one of the vampire spawn.
You might
No.
suspect, but you've got
No,
no idea.
no.
You can have your suspicions, but you've got no confirmation.
Well, if we've got someone helping us, it's going to make it an awful lot easier. We better go find the other one.
That's true.
Can I have a look around for any clues, maybe? Is there any footprints or anything on the floor?
Yeah, do me an investigation check, please, Helen.
Oh, I forgot to open up my thing. That's dumb of me. Sorry, 1 second.
That's all right.
Oh shit, I forgot to.
You guys are on the ball today.
Pro D&D players.
Right. Investigation. She's looking very for a long time.
Alright, thorough investigation, I understand.
The magnifying glass out.
And
If I remember correctly, I think Neville was keeping watch outside, I think.
Yes, he was, and there was a number of a guard with him as well.
Yeah, he was like right at the back of the guard, wasn't he? Something.
He was indeed.
The best place. I guess, could I do an investigation for, like, around the outside? See if there's,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know, any footprints,
Yeah, feel free to roll an investigation check for me, please, Neville.
something. Or even, like, if someone's been in here, how they got in here, because it wasn't, like, blocked. Just
Yeah.
some clue. A raging.
Okay, Helen, you don't notice anything in particular inside the shack itself. There is clearly signs of a struggle. You can see now that a number of the chairs of this old abandoned cottage have been knocked over, and just the evidence of a struggle looks like it's taken place. There's some kind of dent in the wall that looks quite recent, as if someone's kind of hit something into it and it's sort of cracked the plaster. But apart from that, there's nothing particularly that's indicating of where things further might have gone. Neville, you look around with that check, and you can tell that it seems there are footprints on the side of the house, along more of the back part of the back side of the houses. So it looks like perhaps they've run up sort of from this direction, perhaps. And you can also see, like, in terms of breaking and entering, this house was just completely abandoned to the point where the door wasn't locked. It was pretty much sort of hanging off its hinges anyway, so it wouldn't have taken a lot of effort to break inside.
Maybe, like, open windows as well.
Can Osdred do a medicine check on the corpse to see if it's like a prolonged death or not?
Yeah, roll me a medicine check, please, Osdred. When you say prolonged, do you mean like something that's been to prolong the suffering? I assume you mean.
Oh yeah, and also how long it took to kill it, because we were going to take ages if we tried.
Very nice medicine check. Osdred, you notice a number of things in terms of prolonged death. You don't think it's been left to sort of suffer anything. You just think this is. In fact, you think this is the work of an expert.
Like clinical.
Very clinical, yeah. Almost like a surgeon has done this. It doesn't look like there's much emotion behind the killing. It looks very surgical, very sort of cut and dry. You also notice, Osdred, that with that medicine check, that along the body are a number of, like, there's almost like this splashing of like burn marks that's running up the arms, going up towards the neck. It's almost like sort of dripping down from the clothes, and it's almost like it's burnt the body. And with that medicine check, you'd be able to tell that some kind of liquid has been used to burn this creature.
He'd say to everyone then, after he's looked over it, he's like, whoever did this, they knew what they were doing. They were highly clinical. Dealing with a real badass here. It looks like they've used some sort of, I guess, Osdred know there's holy water.
Roll a religion check for me. It's if you know it, then it's probably very likely Osdred knows it, but so it's a low DC. I'd say even with that check, Osdred, you would suspect that it's holy water. You don't know for certain, but you suspect it probably is the injuries from used from holy water.
It's like, before we face these again, maybe we could go to a church and get some holy water. It looked like it worked on this thing.
Might be a good idea. It's nearby anyway. And as for this expert, maybe we can talk to him if we can find him. Might be useful.
Yeah.
One more check. Is it just... She wants to see if it was just one person with this vampire, or if it's more people than just one.
Roll an insight check for me. You can't tell.
Fair enough. Well, if we've all seen all the clues, then maybe we could find this other one, I guess, after the church.
Okay, so it doesn't take long for you to make your way back up to the church. And I'll say inside, just for the sake of brevity, that whoever decides to head inside and speak with Father Lucian, you'd find the church mostly empty at this sort of time of day. It seems from what the Father told you before that he holds nightly congregations here, but during the day it's fairly empty. You see Milovoj, the gravedigger, eyeing you as you go in, and you also see the boy Jesker at some point sort of toddling around. And you would see that Father Lucian, after some time he tells you that unfortunately, whilst the bones of St. Andrel are vacant from the church, his powers are very limited to help, and healing Helen was about as much as he could personally do until the bones are returned.
Gives us more reason to find it.
He couldn't bless the water himself.
He could not, no. And what did you say, Hannah?
I was just saying, gives us more reason to find the bones after.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So, I assume you guys are continuing your search for the next vampire.
Osdred would say one thing to everyone.
Yeah.
What do we do with Milovoj? I assume they're going to come for him at some point. We just going to let them take him? Or do we let him, give him some warning or something? Or do we even arrest him?
I thought that you didn't care, Osdred.
What?
What? Am I thinking of the wrong person?
Yeah, the attitude from Osdred and Pitch as well was more towards Henrik, if that's his name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Milovoj, yeah, we haven't really discussed.
No, you haven't. You didn't even mention him to the Baron, so.
Oh, didn't we?
No, you didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I ever said anything.
No, you did mention Henrik, but you didn't directly mention Milovoj. But it's something, definitely something you might have considered saying at some point. And
Milovoj was the kid I intimidated, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know the wrong person.
He's the one who actually stole the bones.
Yes, he was paid to steal the bones by Henrik, who is the owner of the coffin shop.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I know there's a lot of names to remember. Okay, then.
Well, I'm not in the mood to have a child punished, but stealing the bones is pretty bad. punishment seems a bit harsh here.
Did he read the diary? Did that guy read the diary?
Which guy?
Which guy?
The Baron.
He did, yes. So
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
yes,
Right.
he would be. He would know then, even though you didn't tell him. But that's an excellent point, Kieran.
Has it got the kid's name in it?
It did, yeah.
You did, yeah.
Oh.
So it's definitely
Yeah.
something to make note
He's
of.
hardly a child. The lad can look after himself.
Yeah. Well, it's just another thing, I suppose, causing trouble. I mean, you could warn him, I suppose, but
Maybe he could make peace with his god before they take him in.
If he has one.
perhaps.
Do you think they're likely to put him to death the same as Henrik?
Did
I
sound
don't know what the punishment for thievery is.
Yeah, I think Henrik's been put to death more for holding vampires than...
Yeah,
alone.
the Baron seemed to directly imply that it was for basically working with the devil, or that's what he said directly.
Okay.
So you could both of you could kind of make different assumptions off of that. You could assume that perhaps that Milivoj might get a lesser misdemeanor because he was not directly involved with serving the devil and kind of unknowingly served the devil. But also, you've met the Baron. You know that you've seen his handiwork. He's putting people in the stocks for malicious unhappiness, essentially. So
the punishment could be anywhere between the stocks and death. So I don't approve of the death part for thievery. We can at least warn him, I think.
what do the rest of you think?
Yeah, Neville's not first.
Pitch honestly isn't that fast either.
Maybe we should tell him to turn himself in. If he does that, maybe I'll go easy on him.
Perhaps.
Okay. Do you guys plan to tell him, or...?
Farrah
Yeah,
wants
I'll
to.
say well.
She's welcome.
Okay.
Maybe not.
If you're approaching him on Strahd, he is sort of just digging graves right now. He's eyed you, but he's kind of keeping up his work. So you approach him and slowly walk up to him. He's kind of nervously puts his shovel up and stands in kind of a sort of almost defensive posture. He's like, "What do you want?"
We know what you did, Milivoj.
I already told you everything I know.
You stole the bones of St. Andrew and took them to Henrik.
You know this. Why are you coming back here?
Or maybe you should turn yourself in.
Do you have any idea what the Baron would do to me if he found out?
He already knows.
With that, his eyes widen. He's like, "What? How? Did you tell him?"
We showed him a diary.
What diary?
Henrik's diary.
Henrik kept a diary?
Yes, so maybe you better turn yourself in and not tell and not mention any of this, and maybe I'll go easy on you.
He looks panicked now, Osdred, you can see. He's like looking around, looking to see if there's any guards running through the streets, because the streets are still fairly empty. The bodies are mostly being moved, but he just drops his shovel and just runs off in an easterly direction.
Osdred looks back to the group and he's like, I tried.
Well, perhaps he knows something we don't. Perhaps the Baron's punishments are worse for certain things than we know.
Yeah, maybe I'll make him wear that donkey head.
Maybe they'll decapitate him while he's wearing that donkey head.
Shouldn't have stolen the bones then.
I agree, but he is just a child.
Osdred shrugs.
Okay.
Such
So,
compassionate people.
so and you'll continue a search, I assume, for the next vampire spawn.
Yeah.
If there's any of them left.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So, your search continues through the empty streets of Valaki. The streets smell like the inside of a blacksmith's at this point, with like an iron-reeking blood that still stains much of the ground. However, many of the bodies are now being loaded onto a large wooden cart that looks like it would usually be used to transport goods. You see a trio of young, inexperienced-looking guards push the cart in the direction of St. Andrew's Church. If any of you catch their eye, your gaze is only returned with a 1,000-yard stare. So, which direction are you heading? Again, this is another skill check with 3 successes, one that you'll find the location. However, three failures will delay the investigation by at least 2 hours.
Ooh. Okay. Well, we're going east, I guess.
What was that?
We're going east, I suppose.
Well, you're on the very west side of town, so
Yeah.
it's up to you. You guys can choose to search where you want, but it's more about picking the appropriate skills to do so, like last time. So,
Well, we followed the trail to this one. Were there any other trails?
would you like to use investigation?
Sure.
Okay, feel free to do an investigation check for me then, please. To try and find the trail.
Nope.
Looking around, you search the grounds and between each of the houses, sort of dipping in and out, trying to keep an eye close to the ground, searching for tracks, anything that might match similarly to the vampire spawn you found in the abandoned cottage, but there's nothing that particularly strikes your fancy. You're struggling to find the trail.
Yeah.
So that would count as 1 failure. If anyone else wants to try and attempt to find the trail for the vampire spawn, they are free to roll any. You can use, if you can justify the check to me. It will depend on the DC, but
I mean, Neville wouldn't be like straying too far from the group, but I guess could he follow or try and continue these footprints that he found before? See if he can find any more leading away, or I don't know. I guess he could at least see where they came from. And
I think you lagged out for a bit for me, Steph. Then I don't know if it's just my internet or if it's for everyone.
Yeah, I can't hear him. You logged out the end.
hello.
Hello, there you go. I can hear you again.
Ah.
I think you just lagged out for a second.
I did, yeah. Investigation?
Yeah, you have your keen eye trait, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
That will-
Eye for detail.
Eye for detail, that's it. So it will lower the DC slightly more than it usually would be. So
Cool.
roll an investigation check for me. Okay. With that, even with Farrah searching in between the houses, she's a bit flustered as the group of guards are still sort of following with you. Having some of them have moved back to the house previously and are sort of securing the vampire spawn. Many of them move past you, searching for the next 1 or 2 of 3 that are loose in Valaki. But Neville, you carefully sort of spot the trail that you think perhaps, whilst there's no technically footprints, you've got, with your keen eye for detail, you notice just little scuffs in the dirt that you think, if anyone was going to run up this way, this would be the way they probably ran up. And it ends up taking you sort of down in a kind of southwardly direction in between the houses here. You sort of guide the group round to this location. Seemingly picked up the trail. So that is 1 success and 1 failure. You're now kind of trying.
I mean, I don't know if this will.
Go on.
Sorry, I don't know if this will contribute to the searching or whatever, but I sort of feel like as we sort of follow those footsteps, if there was anyone around, Neville would probably try and approach them and ask if they saw anyone recently came up and along there.
You'd see a number of guards, but the streets are otherwise pretty much empty as people have locked themselves up inside their houses to ensure their safety. So you could find a nearby guard, and that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, so you approach the nearby guard who's sort of nervously wielding his pike. He looks like quite a young man, perhaps his first real duty in dealing with such a threat inside the walls. You think, based off your passive insight?
Yeah, Neville will just approach him professionally. Oi, lad.
Yes, hail.
Yes, all that. I don't suppose you've seen anyone sneaking around the back of these buildings, have you, recently?
Roll a persuasion check for me.
13.
He kind of looks around, he's like, not in particular. No, sorry.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, go for it. You get the impression, whilst he's telling the truth, he's a bit shaken up. So you think if he had heard something, that you think that maybe he's just like, it's just me being paranoid, and I need to just focus on my duty. I've been told to watch this road. I've been told I need to focus on what I'm doing rather than following the sounds of sort of nearby sounds kind of thing. Yeah, that's the sort of impression you get.
All right then, never mind. As you were.
He kind of nods like, yes, sir.
Farrah, look around for an abandoned building around here.
Okay, are you trying to sort of is this a check in terms of the search, or are you just sort of generally looking?
Not really, it's just a general. Wouldn't even look abandoned sort of thing.
Just do a general perception check for me, then. This won't count towards your successes or failures, and it won't give you a huge amount of information on the trail either. With that perception check, you can see that moving up to this point, most of the houses look like they are full of people, or at least they look well lived in. The nearby shop across the road from the church is woodworkers. You can see that many of people sort of have dropped what they were doing literally in the middle of a workday. You see a few people inside. It's quite an open workshop, similar to the blacksmiths you saw before, with sort of the open plan building. Many of them sort of looking out into the street kind of nervously as you walk past, catching your eyes, and kind of this strange, unusual group, making them probably even more nervous. You would note with that perception check that a lot of the houses on the west side of town did look abandoned. Sort of just general on this side of the gate, a lot of these houses look like they were in either disrepair. It certainly looks like more of the poor area of town, from what you can tell.
Okay, near the church is the poor area.
Yeah, like sort of on the west side. Some of them are lived in, but some of them definitely do look abandoned, or at least run down.
Needs more checks.
Okay, so who wants to try and do the check to follow the trail?
None of mine are that good. Pitch will do, and an insight check to try and put himself in the mind of the vampire spawn and think about where they'd go to.
No, that's totally legit. I've got a DC
and
in
he's
mind.
he's gonna guide himself as well.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So make an insight check for me.
Oof, D4.
Could make the difference. Unfortunately,
Oof,
it does not.
11.
As you try and put yourself in the mind of the vampire spawn pitch, and this, even with your bardic nature and your mind to sort of put yourself in your enemy's shoes at times and having that empathy, it's hard to have empathy for a creature that's of such a horrific nature, and you find yourself getting distracted as you try and think, and it's not help. You find yourself, you're sort of wandering away from the group and kind of trying to put 2 and 2 together, but ending up with 5, unfortunately.
Perhaps they climbed the walls and left.
Maybe. But I imagine these walls are hard to get out of as they are to get in.
Oh yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah. I'll do all the checks.
Helen, or
Sarah
Osdred?
still a dog or a thing?
No, I think she reverted to her human form when she was inside the...
Yeah, I'm no longer a weasel.
You could turn into a weasel again, Farrah.
I could do. It would use my final shape for the till a short rest anyway. But if we need to.
We dwarves aren't built for searching the land. It's not my kind of thing.
Anyone else want to make a check before I turn into a weasel?
Someone with high wisdom. Helen, poke.
I'm very wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you would like to make a check, Helen, feel free to. What check would you like to make? Try and justify it to me.
Oh, I don't know.
Have a look around.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be complicated. If you just want to have a look around, you can simply just use investigation.
Or perception?
Yeah, or perception.
Yeah, I'll do perception, please. I'll have a look around.
Guidance.
Okay. If you'd like to make a perception check, Helen.
Get guidanced.
Okay. Even without the guidance, not necessary.
Yeah.
As you pitch sort of wanders back to the group, Helen, sort of seemingly looking a bit sort of stuck and a bit kind of thing.
Bemused.
You kind of like sort of tap him on the shoulder and then just sort of point at the ground next to him, and then like, and he sort of looks down and he sees a number of tracks sort of heading off in more of an easterly direction, more. Possibly hard to spot to the untrained eye, but Helen is used to seeing such things, and upon her showing them you pitch, you're like, oh yeah, there are tracks here actually. I would never have noticed those before without Helen's help.
On the ground. That makes sense.
Right, you make your way along further. Right, so at this point it's a critical stage in the search which could lead you off in a completely different direction if you're... So, quite an important check.
There's only one man who can make this check. His name rhymes with Schmevel Schmegerson.
I don't know, I've already done one. I can't see what else I could.
Yeah. I think I think it's Nigel.
Big Nigel's BRB still, I think. What about Osdred?
Osdred doesn't think he can be helpful.
Yeah, because he didn't put any points into wisdom.
Well, that was more Kieran's fault. I thought they were charisma cast.
Whoopsie.
Well, whoever's doing it's getting guidance. Pitch is ready.
Okay.
Can you do guidance? Or is this the one thing?
What was that?
Can you what?
Can you do full guidance?
You keep cutting out slightly as you speak, Anna.
No. Cannot you do?
Only one can be active at a time.
Oh, I see what
It's
you mean.
concentration.
No, I mean, because I've got guidance as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think you can only cast it on one. I think it can only be cast on one person at a time. Don't think it can be stacked as far as I'm aware. Could be wrong though.
I don't know.
Google.
Yeah, feel free to do a quick Google if you'd like.
No, cannot.
Didn't think so. Yeah, so no, you
Makes sense.
can't stack it on the same person, so...
Spells, features, or abilities with the same name do not stack with each other.
There you go.
That's fair enough. Okay.
Nigel's back. Nigel,
Oh.
you can figure the rest of this out with your fat wisdom modifier. Actually, you've got a good wisdom modifier.
It does indeed.
Nigel.
Yes, dummy.
Do you want to try and figure out the rest of the trail? We're at a critical point. We've got 2 successes and 2 failures. We need you
Oh,
to take us home.
no! What do I need to do?
It's up to you. You can choose what skill you want to try and use for Nigel to help in this investigation.
Athletics! That's the one with the best modifier.
Justify to me how you're using your athletics.
You've,
Otherwise, this could be a very high DC.
you've got a really good one to use
Which is what, Tom?
at the bottom.
Survival?
Yeah, you can certainly
Literally
try.
says check to follow tracks.
Huh?
If you click on survival, it says the GM might ask you to make a wisdom survival check to follow tracks, hunt wild game.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm not a smart man.
It's okay.
There we go. Survival.
Okay.
Guidance.
Guidance?
Yep.
What does that mean?
Add a D4.
What?
Pitch cast a spell called Guidance on you, which means you can add 1d4 to any ability check.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I'm
That's okay. Don't
being
worry.
an idiot
No,
today.
it's fine.
I would have done Bardic too, but I got none left.
Very nice. Holy shit. That is, well, you passed it with I think you probably would have passed it no matter what with that, but still. With that then, as you get sort of round your way back around the back of these houses, Nigel, you get this just sense that this small house here seems odd to you. And you kind of point the party up in that direction, and you're like, strange little house. Perhaps I'll go have a look inside.
What's this place? It's strange.
So,
Yeah, sure.
you see this dirt track you're following. You see now there's spatters of blood that
Uh-oh.
Shit.
run across it southwards and getting closer and closer to the wall of Valaki. And seeing this abandoned cottage, upon approaching it, you see there is an old weathered sign that bears the carving of an apothecary vial, indicating that this was once perhaps a shop run by a herbalist, you think. You see that many of the floorboards in the entryway are rotten and weathered. And as you make your way inside, which I assume you are, or are you preparing yourselves?
Nigel would.
Okay. In that case, Nigel, as you make your way inside, you are treated to a gruesome scene.
Uh-oh.
You see the decapitated head of a vampire spawn, with a wooden stake buried deep in its eye. The rest of the body lies motionless, and upon close inspection, you think you can see what looks like some kind of burn mark that runs across its body. There is another stake within the body's heart.
Do we already know that stakes through the heart of the vampire?
I think you did a previous check the other day that you would know that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think both you and Osdred would know that for certain. I would say the rest of you, just based on maybe, I think apart from Nigel, because his intelligence score is so low, unless Nigel wants to make a religion or history check. Otherwise, the rest of you would be somewhat familiar with the idea of it, at least, because you'd know as much as your characters know in that case.
Neville probably would from all the erotic vampire fiction you've been reading.
Yeah. Twilight and
There's a
Daggersen.
lot of steak euphemisms, I tell you.
So,
Well,
you
does
all
it look
gather
like the
around
same
this body.
person? Did it?
It looks like one of the vampire spawned you fought in the shop, indeed.
No, does it look like it was the same precision as before?
Do either a medicine check, an insight check, or a perception check. Medicine. Hard to tell for you, Farrah. You seem a bit distracted this afternoon. It's about, at this point, about 3:30, I'll say. It's been quite a long day with the stress from seeing the dogs and the mounted barehead in the Baron's mansion has put you on edge.
That's fair
And
enough.
so you're not 100% sure. It's hard to tell from your current state of mind.
Do you think this was the same person, Osdred?
Can you tell?
Roll a medicine check for me, Osdred. It's a much lower DC for you. Yeah, even with that check, you would know, Osdred, that it does seem it's still performed with expert precision. However, it does look like more of a struggle took place here, as you wouldn't be able to tell with that medicine check, but you would be able to see that it definitely looks more erratic than previously. You can still see with the cuts are performed and it has been killed in definitely a very skilled and talented man, but with that check you can't determine anything particularly more than that.
It looks the same. Clinical. Does it have the burn marks?
It does indeed. You would notice those.
And the holy water's been used again.
I would like to meet this person if we can find him.
Seems like our job is getting easier and easier.
Certainly. Maybe he's killed the last one as well.
Maybe he left
All
something
time.
behind.
Perhaps.
But if you'd like to try and check, feel free to roll an investigation check for me if anyone is searching, and if anyone wants to help or roll their own, feel free to do that.
I will help.
Okay, so Pitch is helping.
Osdred.
The master investigation. Oh, good thing Pitch helped. Osdred, you're kind of looking around. You're kind of a little bit fascinated by using the use of holy water on this and the precision, and but sort of Pitch kind of helping you. Pitch, you sort of look down and you kind of touch the floor, and you notice there's a few specks. They're hard to see, but you notice like a few specks of you touch it with your finger.
God!
Everything all right?
Oh, sorry, no, I forgot I wasn't muted again. Discord keeps cutting out and it's really getting on my nerves. Sorry, I'm disconnecting, I'm coming back.
Okay. Welcome back. Pitch, as you touch the floor, you sort of dab this with your finger and you sort of put it up to your kind of eye, and just like a speck of silver.
What, like a liquid or?
More like a sort of almost like a shaving, as if like something, when like rust comes off a sword.
Yeah.
A bit like that.
There's something here, though small, difficult to see. He holds it up to Osdred.
Osdred, you can see that it's like a speck of silver, almost like a bit of rust.
It looks like his weapons filigreed in silver like ours.
Ah.
And you think, Osdred, that makes a lot of sense. If you're fighting any kind of undead creatures or just in general, it's probably safer to have them silver than not.
Yeah.
Did it make any difference in our fight, though?
I don't remember if you... Let me just double check if something quickly.
I can't remember if everyone has special weapons they got silvered, or if they're like default weapons.
I decided
were
it was different weapons, because otherwise it was going to get too confusing. Let me just check something quickly.
Can Osdred do some crazy check to see what sort of weapon it could be from?
Yeah, sure. Do investigation checks. A high DC, but
He pieces the specs back together and it forms the edge of a blade.
No.
Oh.
From a
It's
stapler.
either a warhammer or a knife. One of the two.
Yeah, you're not sure, Osdred. I will say, Neville, just based off that, do me an insight check or maybe a nature check.
What concerning these weapons?
Mm-hmm. Based off what you said.
Let's go nature.
And you're not sure if they would be effective against vampire spawn in particular, or if just perhaps his weapons are just silvered in general.
Why are we all rolling so bad today?
Not great rolls, no. Helen's rolled pretty well.
True.
Carry us, Helen.
Would you like me to roll something else for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
So, as you're all gathering around this body, suddenly you start to hear shouting from outside in the nearby street. You can't make out what they're saying at this point, but if you guys would, are you choosing to follow the sounds or?
What kind of
Wait.
shouting is it? Is it
Who's
like
shouting?
arguing, angry, just
Kind of-
someone trying to be loud?
Do a perception check for me, please, Neville.
Should have done Helen.
Hard to tell, Neville.
Helen would like to stealthily go and look, but try and remain hidden.
Okay, do a stealth check for me then, please.
Ah.
You sort of sneak your way out, Helen, and the sounds become more clear now as you get close to the street. You see a number of guards running in an easterly direction, and there's one sort of older guard in the central sort of barking orders them. You hear them say, "We've cornered one of them at the old mill! Quick! All hands are needed!" He's sort of like, he's like shepherding all these different guards who are kind of just almost sprinting up this road.
Let's go.
Yeah,
No.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
Yeah, but the mill is where the hags are.
No, it's at the town mill.
Oh,
Yeah.
less concerning then. Okay, that's worth it.
Okay, are you choosing to follow?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you make your way following the stream of guards now that are running throughout the town square. Eventually, after a short while, maybe 5-10 minutes, you eventually arrive, out of breath, arriving at the windmill. Let me take you to the next scene.
Ooh.
If you would like to place your tokens, actually, you can sit. This should is this map on dynamic lighting or not? Don't think it is.
It is.
It is. Okay.
It's all black.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
if you'd like to place your tokens in the bottom on the south, then
Ooh.
just the old camera.
I'll be right back. I need to get a snack.
Okay.
Combat snack.
Combat snack,
George has the right idea.
of course.
This looks.
So,
combat.
as you arrive at the windmill, sorry, what was that?
Where should I put Osdred?
Just right at the bottom in the centre. So, as you arrive at the windmill, you are treated to a scene of chaos and destruction. A number of bodies litter the floor with horrific slashing injuries running across their bodies. Liquid spurts from fresh wounds as the remainder of their blood is pumped out onto the ground beside them. Many of the guards seem in a panic as they hold their pikes towards the entrance of the windmill, shouting commands at each other. "It's in there! Everyone, secure the door so it can't escape!" They're pointing to this area here.
Well, looks like we have to go over there.
I feel like Osdred would be quite far behind.
Yeah, you are a lot slower being a dwarf, so makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
So you'd be sort of like catching up maybe Sort of maybe 100 meters away at this point, Osdred.
Would Nigel see him like struggling to keep up and then just like pick him up and carry him?
If you want, it's up to if you want to do that. Not if Osdred will let you.
That's what Nigel would try and do.
Okay, Osdred, would you let Nigel scoop you up into his arms?
No, he's like, I'll catch up, Nigel. These dwarven legs are made for running.
These boots are made for walking.
Alright, we going over there? Neville, you staying in the back?
Well, there's plenty of them, and I wouldn't want to get in their way or nothing. I'm sure they've got it under control.
Well,
I feel
it's
like it would be
our
good
job.
if the Baron could know we did at least one of the things he wanted us to kill.
At this point, you would see a guard sort of come bustling out of the door, this horrible gash across his side, and he just sort of runs forwards, falls into the arms of the other guards who kind of sort of stabilise him, and then kind of he drops to one knee, and he's just looking very rough.
Quickly.
Nigel, heal.
We go forward.
Up to you. Ooh. Are you guys all choosing to go inside?
Oh
Not
god.
inside.
No,
Nope,
I want to
Neville's-
wait for Osdred first.
Okay.
Neville's
Quick,
hanging back.
Osdred.
Wouldn't take too long for us to catch up, although he is pretty out of breath.
I'm too hard on the bellows there. Ooh.
Some flames burn too bright.
As you approach this sort of area, the guards are kind of eyeing you suspiciously, and one of the kind of older ones speaks out and sort of holds his pike towards you. He's like, "What are you doing?"
We kill vampire spawn.
Okay, be my
Osdred.
guest. They're inside. Isaac's got it cornered.
Isaac.
Shit.
Okay. You heading in?
I'm waiting for everyone else first. Are we going in?
Neville's not.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay.
Nigel, maybe go first.
Oh, good.
Wait,
Thank you.
is he hurt from last time still?
Yes.
What's your HP?
31.
Oh, well, we're the same then.
Okay.
Farrah will go first then.
Nigel
Unless
be right
Osdred's
behind.
here yet.
So let me just quickly sort out your tokens on the other map. Who's going in first?
Well, if Osdred's here, then you'd say Osdred going first.
Australia, you going in first?
You'd be like, no, I want to cast my thing on it.
What thing?
Guiding bolt.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'll go first then.
Okay.
Go in.
Right, bear with me
Yep.
while I sort out your tokens on the other map.
Yeah. Helen behind me.
Right.
Ooh.
So as you go inside, you are treated to the scene. Let me just... I don't think there should be dynamic lighting on this map, I don't think.
No.
No, it's good. So as you make your way inside, you're treated to the scene of a number of guardsmen, again holding their pikes up to a door, and in the door you see the large frame of his ex-Strasny, who is engaged in combat with this vampire spawn. If everyone would like to roll initiative for me, please.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Do you mean everyone?
If you want, Neville,
No,
it's up to
thank
you.
Oh, deleted me.
Actually, yeah, he may react if he sees or
Feel
hears
free
it.
to just click on your token and re-roll and then change the number to what it was, Kieran, if you want. Natural 20 for Hannah.
Jesus.
Very nice. Alright, bear with me 1 second. While I grab all the different things. It's a natural 1 for the vampire.
Woohoo!
You're gonna die.
Guards. Hold on at 2, so much better. And finally, Isaac. Okay. Right, in descending order then. Farrah, you're up first.
Yeah.
Where's
Um,
thingy and what's it?
They are at the Baron's mansion still.
Ah, shit.
I insisted on having them stay.
Okay, well, Farrah's just gonna. I assume this is it, so we're gonna
It is
get
indeed.
up next to this guy. And. Scimitar it, I guess.
Okay, make an attack roll. 18 will definitely hit.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 points of damage. However, you do feel that the damage is
Slashing
not
damage.
as powerful as you would have expected.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it. Oh wait, no, I can do my bonus action.
Okay.
Oh no, spider's not gonna fit. I don't know then.
You doing it or not?
No, my spider won't fit.
Okay. Helen, it's your go.
Let's go. I guess go stab it.
Stab it.
So 25, 30 feet here,
Yeah, that's fine.
and then stab it with my short.
Yeah, get advantage because you're flanking with Farrah.
Yeah. So, so usually I'd use my normal short sword. I might try using my silvered one.
Yeah, go for it.
Do that.
Okay, that hits. Roll your damage.
Nice.
5 piercing damage. You see, Helen, even with the silver, doesn't seem to be having any additional effects, unfortunately.
Oh, bother.
So, 2 points of damage.
Then I would like to. I'll use Step of the Wind to just disengage over here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. Isaac. Here we go. Get to use this guy in combat finally. What do I want to do?
Gonna go crazy and attack us.
He grabs his battle axe in 2 hands, and he kind of he looks down to you, Farrah, and he's like, "Move aside!" And he swings up this huge battle axe just above your head as you kind of duck down slightly and swings towards, making his first attack. The 18 to hit. I'll turn off advantage on him. Forgot to do that. How do I do this again? There we go. For 12 points of slashing damage, it is halved to 6. He then makes a second attack. However, the 12 does miss, unfortunately, this time. So he swings as the vampire spawn sort of ducks away and kind of hisses towards him. And he's like, foul creature. The guard's turn. The guard are looking too scared to do anything as they just hold their pikes nervously, kind of shaking and just like looking around. And that's all they do. Neville, if you want to do anything, feel free.
Yeah. He's like biting his nails outside, like, oh. But he's going to try and shout out to any nearby guards.
Yep.
If they look like they're doing bugger all, she could try and convince them. Go on. What are you doing standing there? Get in there. Help out.
Okay. Are you trying to persuade them, or are you being more intimidating when you do it?
I'll start with persuasion, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Quite a high DC, but let's see how it goes. Unfortunately, just you see one guy shake his head. No, we'll keep him from getting out. And he kind of holds his pike up towards the door more. They look terrified. They look like they've never seen any kind of combat like this in their entire lives.
Okay, I'll leave that there for now.
Okay, Nigel.
Yes. Oh, shit, I have no idea. He would come up here to this guy and... Oh, what has the best? He's gonna try and great axe it.
Okay.
Oh no, he's gonna rage! And then he'll try and great axe it.
Rage! So if you go on beyond 20, Anja, and you select... Or I can do it, I'll do it for you actually in this time, and then you'll see how it works. Let me get it open so I can see, so I can guide you through it.
I just do the thing to say that he was raging, but
oh, nice.
I'm not sure.
If you've done it, then it should work when you roll your damage.
I pressed the button.
Awesome. Nigel rage. Let me quickly add that to the turn thingy.
Nigel rage. Oh,
roll that D8.
The D8?
Yeah.
What's the D8 for?
When you rage, you get your wild thing.
Oh, yeah. Got that.
4. Ooh, okay, not great here, but whatever. Magic infuses one weapon of your choice that you are holding. Until your rage ends, the weapon's damage type changes to force. Actually, that is really good.
That's really
and
good.
It gains the light and thrown properties.
That's pretty cool.
With a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet, if the weapon leaves your hand, the weapon reappears in your hand at the end of the current turn.
Oh, that's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
And the force being very powerful. Cool. Unfortunately, it is a miss, though, on the attack.
Oh, damn. Never mind.
Right. That is Nigel's turn.
Oh, wait, no, I have inspiration.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah, feel free to reroll for your inspiration.
I remembered.
That will hit, then.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that 12. 11 points of slashing damage. And this time, because of the force damage and your magical essence flowing into it, you just see this light energy just flowing from Nigel's veins up and into the axe itself as he just swings down to this vampire spawn, and the slashing damage, it hits into it, but it's almost like this energy surrounding the serrated edge of the axe. It just pounds into it and knocks the vampire back in a way you wouldn't expect, dealing full damage.
Everybody loves magical Nigel.
Osdred's go, sorry, I skipped over. Osdred, you'll go.
Can you see the vampire from here?
You'd have to move up at least to this square. But yes, you could move up to here.
Okay. Over there.
I will say the guards are more kind of actually would be standing like this rather than there.
Okay. He'll cast. Guiding bolt at first level at the vampire.
Okay. Yep. I won't say it's half cover because it's even with his X form, it's a pretty decent shot. 15 just hits. 15 points of radiant damage. Very nice. And whoever's got advantage on the next hit because of guiding bolt. Anything else, Osdred?
He can't do another spell, can he?
No, he can't, unless it's a cantrip. I know because it's full actions, and unless you've got any bonus action cantrips, I don't think exists. So.
Yeah. No, it didn't tick it off. There we go. Whoops. Sorry.
It's been doing that a lot. It's been doing that a lot lately. I've noticed that way. It's not been ticking it off.
Yeah, he won't do anything else.
Okay. Pitch.
Does he notice anything?
We'll get to that on its turn.
Okay.
Pitch. You are muted, by the way, Pitch.
Sorry, yep. Pitch will move up next to Osdred, and he's going to keep it simple. He is just going to cast... Hasn't seen it hit anyone yet, so he'll cast Bane on the creature.
Okay. It's a wisdom save, correct?
Charisma save.
Charisma save, even better.
14.
Ooh, wait, this
Yep.
should be... Yeah. Would have passed anyway. Should have been another +2 to that.
Whoosh.
So unfortunately, it does not take effect on this occasion.
That's fine, that's my turn.
Okay. The vampire spawn. Usually, at this point, you would see its regeneration start to take effect, and you see this sort of... The wounds start to close, Osdred, in front of you, see, but then the radiant energy just takes hold inside. And as it does, you feel this pain in your own arm. As Dumathoin's energy is just channeling through you, but you power through, and the vampire spawn just hisses towards you. Regeneration doesn't take effect. So,
Nice.
on this turn, it's looking pretty cornered. However, it's still got a decent amount. It's going to make an attack. This is hard. There's two big threats in Nigel and Isaac, or there's the smaller threat in Farrah. It's going to do a wisdom check to see if it attacks Farrah as the better target in terms of taking down quicker. So on a 12 or higher, it will go for Farrah. It will go for Farrah.
Oh.
Okay, so then let's make first. It's going to make a claw attack against you, Farrah. 14.
Misses.
And then it's going to make a second claw attack against you. And a miss, 10.
Yeah.
So, both its attacks missed. Farrah, it's back round to you.
Well, she is gonna.
Ooh, no, never mind.
Oh.
That's fine. I'm being dumb.
Move up.
I'm being dumb, don't worry.
Okay. Just gonna listen to what this guy said. Get out his way a little bit. Just gonna go up here. Just gonna turn into an ape.
Okay.
Let me get my ape.
Neville's missing it.
Miss an ape, Farrah.
Where's my ape?
How's he gonna help?
Should be under your peace forms.
Just debating whether or not to. The scimitar didn't do much, did it? So she's just gonna. Ape.
Okay. Yeah, just move Farrah up there.
And then do my ape attacks, which is multi-attack fists.
Okay.
So 2 fist attacks.
Go for it with advantage because of Nigel. Uh, 17 will hit. With the bludgeoning damage.
With advantage.
Yeah, so with advantage. Nope, but the 17 hits, so that is 6, but unfortunately does not do as much damage as you'd expect.
And then
second attack, also with advantage. Remember you can hold down shift and control. Yeah. 18 will also hit for another 2 points. What was it? Okay. Helen, your go.
Me again.
It is you again.
Okay. Let's go and ineffectually poke it with my sword. Yes, go over here and stabby stab. Stab, stab, stab.
Okay, with advantage.
Oh, I didn't do that one.
23 will definitely hit.
Ah.
9 points of piercing damage. Again, not as effective as you usually you'd expect. So halved to 4.
And then disengage again with my bonus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Izek's turn. Izek begins holding up his fiendish hand and sort of moving the fingers as flame begins to conjure in it. He takes a step backwards and the creature slashes out at him, hitting and dealing 9 points of slashing damage. But Izek doesn't even seem to notice as it slashes across his back. He just turns back and he's like, "Burn in hell, demon!" And he's going to do his... Oh, it's an actual 1 though. Oh, this is bad. As he throws the fireball, but he gets overzealous and chucks it in the direction of you, Farrah. I'm gonna roll to see if it hits.
Burn in hell, monkey.
Ooh, don't know. 12 would miss as well on Farrah, I believe, unless your AC's...
No. AC is 12 on an 8.
Oh, it does hit then. Dealing 6 points of fire damage to you.
God damn, Isaac.
He just sort of... He just, what's that word? Like, haruffs, whatever. Harumps, that's it. Guards are looking too scared to do anything. And especially with seeing this giant ape in front of it, this guard in particular is pointing out his pike and shaking towards you.
Everyone hit Farrah.
Neville, it's your go.
Alright, Neville's gonna storm up to the guard that wimped out last time. He's going to get all up in his face. He's got his finger pointing right in there. And he's like, "Oi, you! What do you think? What do you think you're doing? You're going to get in there and you're going to do with that menace. Or otherwise you're going to have to deal with me."
Okay, intimidation check. Unfortunately, even with that +5 modifier,
come on.
He's like, no, I can't do it. He looks terrified still.
Lewis, which damage did I take? Was it the 12 or the 6?
6, because it was on the other.
Okay.
So, Nigel is your go. Unless you had anything else, Neville.
Nah.
Okay.
He's going to try it again, considering that it worked so well last time. Oh, words, jeez. Oh.
You got advantage because of Farrah. This would hit anyway, though, but just see if you get a natural 20. Nope, not needed, though. So,
Nope.
rolls your damage. 9 points of slashing damage.
Isn't it 11?
Oh, I think rage might be included now. Why it's not?
Strength's
adding
plus
it.
4, right?
Yeah. Let me see if I can change it on here for.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I did click that I was raging on Thingy Bob. D&D Beyond.
Did you click the axe on Roll20? I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, it might be why. Let me see if I.
Yeah.
If I
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if you roll the damage based on your on roll on D&D Beyond, it should do the damage for you there.
I'll take the other one.
No, it's fine. 9 slashing damage anyway, but it is force damage, so the full damage goes through. Starting to look rough. This thing is. This point, as you swing down and bash it into its side, Nigel.
Excellent.
Rage ticks down. Osdred. I believe you're muted, Osdred. There you are.
Osdred will use his. Oh wait, can he even do that? Oh, I can't. He'll cast Guiding Bolt at first level again.
Okay.
Signature move.
Truly is. That'll definitely hit. 13 points of radiant damage. Damn. This thing is looking very rough now after that.
Oh yeah, for the kill.
So glad that this time the Radiant it's going off.
It is. Making the difference. Pitch, it's your go.
Pitch. Well, it's actually running really low on crossbow bolts. So it's what Pitch wouldn't run in. Yeah, he's gonna fire his hand crossbow.
Okay. Feel free to make
With
an
advantage
attack
because of radio,
Yep.
guiding bolt.
roll. Indeed.
That was a nat 20
20.
there. Hey, it
What?
did stay. Yee.
It was weird. The dice like combined and then separated me at the last second. Sorry, Kieran.
That was from Waterdeep.
That's 11 points of damage. They are reduced to half though.
Yep.
So that is 5 points of damage. Okay. Looking very rough at this point. It's barely standing. Anything else, Pitch?
Nope.
Again, when the rate of
Tap.
where you'd expect to see the vampire spawn regain some of its vitality, does not work again thanks to Osdred's second use of guiding bolt. At this point, it's panicking. However, there's nowhere it can run at this point. It's going to move away from Nigel. So feel free to take an attack of opportunity, Nigel. Nigel.
Hello?
You're muted, Nigel, if you are there. Okay, I'm going to assume that Nigel does not take an attack of opportunity then, because Anja is not currently there. Okay, in that case, then it's going to try and attack the guard. For an 11, which does actually hit. It doesn't.
He's guard.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't hit the guard actually. Oh, he does take an attack. Okay. Definitely would hit if you want to roll damage. Then Nigel. Is Anja there? Might be worth disconnecting and reconnecting if your internet's having issues, Anja.
Oh yeah, she just messaged me saying, "Ugh, my internet has gone out."
Okay, I'll roll damage for her then.
Yeah.
16 points of slashing damage.
Oh, the big damage!
In that case, then, before it even gets to the guard, it runs up with its claws extended, about to slash into the body, but Nigel, into the back, and just cleaves down, tearing open this black gloopy bud, which spills out onto the floor, finishing it off. And with that, combat is over. Okay. The guards are holding their pikes up towards you, Farrah. What is that beast?
Turns back into Farrah.
Osdred knows that it needs to be stakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone got any stakes?
I don't think we do we? Oh, well, I don't know. Were we given any for werewolves? I doubt it.
You weren't, though.
He's just gonna go up to it and he's gonna stake it with his piton.
Okay. With that, and shove it through the heart of the spawn. And it kind of lurches up again with a sense of life and screams out and just like... and then all life is gone from it. Jesus Christ, that hurt my throat.
Farrah steps away from this guard. Careful with that thing, you know. Just gonna walk down here.
Oh, yeah. Iset kind of looks around and he's just like, "Men, move!" And he commands them, all as they gradually follow him out of the building.
So he's just leaving the building.
Yeah.
Neville would probably try to catch his attention as he walks away then.
Okay, he kind of looks down you, looking slightly irritated.
Yeah. Like, oi! You're the one leading this bunch, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, what are they doing? They're just standing around like this.
They're useless.
You're absolutely right. You need to, you know, smack some sense into them.
Do a persuasion check for me, Neville.
There we go. Fuck it.
He kind of looks to you, looks down, looks at the guard. You're not wrong. He walks up to one of the guards, he picks him up with his fiendish deformity, and he's like, "Next time, all of you in there." And then he throws the guard against the wall. He kind of just cracks against it and falls back down. The other guards kind of move back and they're like, "Yes, sir." And then he just marches off in a different direction as they sort of gather. And so many of the other guards start gathering up the body.
Neville's kind of envious of this arm of his.
And the rest moving off. So, what are the rest of you doing in this time?
Well, I think that's the last of the spawn.
Now we can rest.
Yes. I think, what time is it now?
About 4 o'clock. It's starting to get dark.
Perhaps we should pick up the bones thing tomorrow. The orphanage.
Is everyone all right?
Yes,
Not
thank
too
you.
bad,
Neville.
Neville. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, you should have seen the guards outside. They were bloody useless.
I saw none of them
Maybe.
came in.
Maybe we should go to the coffin makers and give it a thorough search.
Oh yeah, I suppose it's empty now. Weren't we there before? We were looking at the coffins.
Mm-hmm. You were there before, yeah.
Did we look for the bones while we were there? I can't remember.
Well, we kind
You
of
searched the rooms.
Right.
I will say you searched the rooms, Farrah, that you were in.
Oh.
And the only thing you found was the diary. You searched them pretty
Yeah, never
thoroughly.
mind. I remember that the bones are not in town, are they? Yep. Yeah, outside the town somewhere. If I remember correctly. Might be wrong.
In the diary, seemed to indicate that. The exact location, too hard to tell. Didn't say. Only you feel like only Henrik would know.
Alright, well, it's getting dark and our job is done here. Should we go?
Go where?
Well, it's a good question. I suppose we're not. Well, I don't really see a. Well, when the Baron said to stay at his manor, was he being forceful?
Towards you, not particularly, but towards Irina, much more so. You would have noticed, yeah, being more insistent.
Blah. Well, the Baron insisted that Irina and Ismark stay at his manor. We can either join them or we can go back to the tavern.
I don't understand why aren't we going to the coffin maker's shop? We didn't search it thoroughly.
We didn't we?
You haven't told Osdred though. You haven't told Osdred that you searched it properly.
Was he not there?
No, you were there. He was outside.
Was he?
Mm-hmm.
What, the second car when we were looking at the coffins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think we need to, Osdred, because we've already been there and we searched it quite thoroughly. And in the diary, it mentions that the bones are outside the city anyway, or town, or city, or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But there's still the question of where we're going to stay. If anybody has a reason why we should stay at the Baron's. I mean, other than Ismark and Irina, of course.
I don't particularly feel comfortable with the thought of being nearer the Baron than we have to be.
Me neither. But this is why I ask, because Irina and Ismark are there. But perhaps they're safer there. I don't know.
I, for one, certainly will. I mean, no offence, Pitch, but I can finally get a room to myself.
Yeah, none taken. It would mean I'd get one too.
Well, splitting up in the Baron's house doesn't sound safe to me. But if you prefer, Neville.
Well, if these guards are anything to go by, I could fight my way out if I need to.
There's still the question of me being a bear. If that happens in the manor, that won't be particularly good.
I would.
My vote is for
in the tavern. Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else have an opinion?
I'm happy in the tavern. Love that beet soup.
I'd rather keep an eye on Ismark and Irina. We are technically still defending them.
True.
You can come join me then, Osdred. We can have a drink together.
We're not splitting up, Neville. So it's one or the other. This is a vote.
Either way, we're at his beck and call. I don't think it matters if we're at the tavern or the whatever it is, palace house.
Do we believe him when he says that Ismark and Irina are safer with him?
Are they any more safe in the tavern?
Well, only with us. That's the only difference here.
We go to the manor.
Helen? What did Helen say? What's her opinion?
She wants to stay at the tavern.
Tavern, okay. Nigel?
I think he have bad plan. He creepy.
A bad plan for... So you say the manor then, Nigel? For Irina and Ismark?
I don't really know what is happening. I don't want her with the Baron. whatever the option is. I don't know what's going on.
But the option is choosing between staying at the mansion, which the Baron has been fairly insistent on that Irina and Ismark stay there, and they are currently doing so to appease him. Or if you'd like, he gave you the option of staying there as well, but obviously you don't have to take it.
He would, if Irina's staying at the mansion.
Okay.
So we have a 3 and a 3 here. Perhaps it's best if we just ask Irina and Ismark if they would prefer us to be there.
That's a good idea.
I'll switch. Let's stay at the mansion. Let's stay around Irina and Ismark. You're right, Osdred.
Attaboy.
We are still
Okay.
on contract.
Well, it's not a contract, but it's a favour, but it's more... It's more...
Dwarves are always right.
The
I've
what's that?
switched. Let's go.
Yeah, it's done. Let's go.
Okay. So
Have we got any crap we need to pick up from the rooms?
you've got your stuff with you.
Cool.
You didn't say you were leaving anything there.
After exiting this building,
Mm-hmm.
could I do like a quick perception check?
Yeah, of course. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if there's anyone nearby who'd look like the kind of person wandering around with a bunch of stakes. If you get my meaning.
Yeah, do a perception check for me. You don't currently spot anything, I'm afraid, Neville.
Okay, let's...
Okay, so you're heading off towards the Baron's mansion, or you've still got some time to do stuff. It's only 4 o'clock, so if you did want to do anything, you've got some time to do so.
We haven't spotted anything like a weapon shop or a general store, have we?
You spotted a small that looked like a supply shop in the town square. You also would have noticed and probably heard from other sort of people in the tavern and sort of the like that there seems to be a stockyard sort of on this side of town.
I'm running low on bolts for the crossbow. It would be good to pick some up if possible. I would prefer if someone did the talking for me. What with? And he kind of like flicks one of his horns.
I go with you, Pitch.
Oh, all right, Nigel.
What's the problem?
Well, people don't particularly like the way I look.
No, but what's the problem with me going to shop with you?
Oh, well, you are also not just, plain, and he kind of like slaps Neville on the back, plain human person, so they may not like you too much either.
Fine, I not go. You take new best friend Neville.
I wasn't planning on taking anyone. I was just asking if someone could do the talking for me. I have gold to pay.
Yeah, I've got nothing else on my plate. I can come along.
Where's the manor again?
Manor is like here.
That's right in the middle.
Yep, it's pretty central.
Pitch would give Neville a
Oh no,
gold
wait,
piece.
sorry, it's here, not there.
Oh shit!
Derp.
Just as many bolts as you can get with that, please.
Can do.
Maybe it'd be a
Yes,
good
I
idea to
suppose-
get some steaks as well.
Good idea, Helen.
do.
Would they sell steaks? Should we make them ourselves?
I could probably craft a few steaks. It just depends if they have to be wood or not.
I don't know.
Roll a religion check for me, Osdred.
I mean, I assume that thing died in a pit and was made out of metal. So.
Yeah. It's not a high DC. Yeah, you'd know that as long as it's a steak fashioned in that way, that it will work. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can either get some scrap metal and I can make some in the night, or whatever's easier or cheaper.
Could Farrah make some as well, with like a survival thing or not?
You could try and gather wood and then carve if you've got a knife. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Osdred could do it. Depends on how many you can make in the night. I think you only get 2 hours spare.
It's only 4 o'clock. You got plenty of time. If Osdred wanted to make steaks, there's also
I
the
suppose so.
carpenter shop in town. They could do it for you. And like I said, there's also a supply shop and there's also a stockyard.
Lewis, you don't have like a legend map, GM layer or anything, do you?
Indicating where stuff is. No, but if you want to, feel free to label stuff for yourself if you'd like. So I can point stuff out to you if you'd like. So this is the church. So if anyone wants to write that on, feel free to.
So it takes an hour, and you could make one steak, a metal steak, an hour, I think.
Yeah.
It just needs like scrap metal or something.
This is the carpenter's Steph.
Oh, someone else is ahead of me. All right, you win. Whoever it is, you win.
This is the Baron's mansion here.
Fuck's sake, I need to get better at unmuting myself. The blue one.
Let me just quickly.
Like blue roof, just it looks big.
No, it's more this red one here.
Oh. Someone,
oh no,
immediately behind him's got a bigger house than
no,
he has.
it would be the blue one. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing on the gym now. You've got there's plenty of others. You got the Blue Water Inn up here. This big yellow building on the edge.
Where's the orphanage?
Orphanage is up here.
Up here?
I actually have one already. Done that. I can do that. There are another number of places as well. You got Blinsky's shop, which is on the corner here.
The blue roof again?
Yeah,
or was it the yellow one?
Blue roof. A number of other places as well that you would have seen. Let me just get the things up and make sure I'm doing them right. Here you've got cobblers. You would have seen. Had the scratched out sign.
Shoes.
The supply shop would have been around sort of here, and there would have been a Danish shop and a meat shop down in this sort of side of town square as well. The coffin shop is this one here. The blacksmiths is... Where's the blacksmiths? Is this big building down here with the smoke coming out.
What was this one on the left of the town square?
This supply shop. Called the Dusklight Supply Shop. you would have seen to indicate that this seems to be the Vactor house, the Lady Vactor's mansion.
How'd you spell it?
Wacchter. And then you've got stonemasons here.
Ingvar.
Hey.
You've got a tanner's up here. And that's pretty much everything you've seen.
Yeah.
Very much. Plenty labelled now.
Very late.
So what were you doing again?
Osdred, maybe we should go to the stockyard.
Osdred?
What?
Hannah just spoke to you. You didn't reply.
Yeah, he didn't say anything back. He's just like, yeah.
Okay. Very helpful.
What?
I don't know what a stockyard is.
Like,
I assume it's just got stock in it.
Indeed.
I have some metal, or we can get some scrap wood.
Or maybe we should tell the Baron with just all the vampire spawn have been destroyed first.
We have till the end of the day. You could just see us when we get there. It won't take long.
Pretty interested in how well his town's doing.
Well, if you want to go to the stockyard alone, I can go turn if you want.
Sure.
Take Helen, do you mind going with him and carry some stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Okay, so who's going to the stockyard?
For someone who doesn't like splitting up the group, suddenly we're just like all over the place.
So it's in pairs.
True.
Who's going to the
Oh, wait,
stockyard then? So I think Neville said he was...
Helen and Osdred.
Did Neville say he was going for pitch, I believe?
Yeah, to the supply shop, right?
Going to the supply shop instead, okay. So Neville to the supply shop, Osdred and Helen to the stockyard. What is everyone else doing? Is Pitch going with Neville, or is he just...
Paige kind of wants to just get his head down. Like, now that the real baddies have gone, he feels like he could end up being a perceived baddie again. So he kind of wants to just go, maybe like even to Irina and Ismark and just lay low.
Maybe you should find an abandoned house to just hunker down, and I'm sure no one will be suspicious.
Yeah, smear some blood around just to show I own the place. Yeah. In Tiefling culture, this is how we welcome people.
Okay, so Pitch
Everything is red.
So wait, who's going to the shops?
Osdred and Helen are
Neville.
going to the stockyard. Neville's going to the supply shop.
Alone? I thought Pitch was going with him.
Nope.
Yeah, he wussed out.
Oh.
If you tell him to, he will. But if he's just being left to his own devices, he wants to get his head down because people don't like him.
Nigel, do you mind going with Neville for protection?
Yep, yes, I go with Neville, fine.
Okay.
What
Me and
protection?
Pitch
I
are going to
don't
go
do
back to the manor. Meet you there, yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
2 and 2. I kind of like it.
So we
Go on then,
will
big guy.
start then with... Let's start with Pitch and Farrah heading back to the mansion.
So we should just tell him about the
Bear with me while I
about the
prepare the map.
spawn.
We should also consider whether we tell him about further details of the bones with Milivoj and what have you. If he finds out about it, then and finds out that we lied or left that information out, then
He read the diary. So what does he know about the bones?
In the diary it said that he paid Milivoj to assist him.
So we're not withholding anything. He's seen the diary. I'm confused.
Alright. Just as long as we're sure. This man strikes me as unstable at the best of times.
I agree. Yeah. At the moment, all the information I can think we have is that do you think we should tell him that we only managed to kill one and there was two already dead? Perhaps he'll go after this person that killed them, though. We don't know who it was.
No, I don't see the point in lying. There wasn't a reward for each one or anything like that. I think just telling the truth is the way to go.
That's good then. I don't see the reason of lying either. Just making sure that we're all in agreement. Okay.
Right. Sorry.
That is. Did anyone ever play Cameo Elements?
Yes, I love that game. So, Pitch and Farrah, you, after a short while, revive outside of the Baron's mansion.
Yeah.
And the guards spot you, recognize you, and then they, after a short moment, you see the doors behind open, with the maid beyond, and she says, "Oh, welcome. The Baron said you may use the den," and she guides you this way.
Do you know where the Baron is?
I believe he's currently in his study.
Okay. What is that? Is that this? That wasn't this room, is it?
That's the den, which is where she's guiding you to. The study, you don't know. She says, the study is on the second floor. Do you
okay,
have... He is currently...
Are we allowed up there, or...?
No. If you wish to report anything, I can let him know.
Do you just want to send him a message for us? The spawn are dead. We managed to kill one with Isaac, but there was two that were already deceased when we arrived.
Oh, okay. Very well. I will let him know. I would say as you pass by this room, there is you hear like a chatter of like female voices coming from this room.
Okay.
She just sort of nods to you and then just walks off this way. And then heads up the stairs.
Well.
Inside you see Irina Ismark. Irina is laying down and currently asleep. And Ismark is kind of sitting in the chair and kind of looks up and starts up and he's like, "Oh, my friends. How goes the search?"
Evening, Ismark and Irina. The search is done. We've killed all three spawn.
That is good to hear.
We killed one, but, you know, the other two are dead already.
Dead already? The guard got them?
We're not sure. I think it was one person. It was precision kills. Just gonna go sit in this chair.
Interesting. I wonder who could be involved.
Yes.
Perhaps the Baron has secretive, more powerful men around than we expected.
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about this bear head. Ooh. Ismark, if you don't mind, could you just cover up that bear head for me, please?
Yes, of course. And he picks up one of the blankets he's been handed and just hangs it over the bear head. And then kind of shuts the door behind him, just in case. Is that more to your liking, Miss Farrah?
That's much better, thank you.
How are you feeling, Mr. Pitch?
It has been a rough ride so far, but it is good to know there are others working against the devil's moonbeams, spawn, or creatures out there.
Indeed. It is very good news.
Farrah got hit in the face with fire as well, which was amusing.
You have very good aim there, Isaac.
With fire.
He conjured flames from his hand. Confirmation of the devilish, fiendish connection.
How interesting. The Baron said that we can stay in this room. He would provide us with blankets and such, but I do not know if we are getting beds as such.
Oh, is this the only room he provided? He did say that we could stay here, though.
Yes, I believe he may have been. I believe he may have been offering more than he could offer, perhaps. But he seems like a man of appearances.
Seems so. Well,
me and Irina are quite. I'm quite happy to stay in this den. It is quite comfortable, but
I don't
obviously
think
the
it would
rest of
suit
you.
all of us, I'm afraid.
What was that?
She doesn't think it would suit everyone.
It would be a little crowded, yes.
Mute yourself, Kieran.
Well, she looks over to Pitch. I think that's that idea out the window. I mean, I suppose we could confirm first that this is the room he offered.
It's
But
disappointing
believe
that
you as well.
the son and daughter of a fellow burgomaster or what have you is resigned to one room without even a bed inside.
Yes, it is.
Seem pretty respectful.
The Baron seems like a strange man.
The important thing, though, is Mark and Irina, yourself as well. We feel safe here if we were to go back to the inn or the tavern.
I do not feel particularly unsafe here. My main goal is to keep Irina safe, but I believe the church is still our best bet. So,
No, of
in
course.
the meantime, this feels relatively safe. They have kept guards to regularly check in on us, so it is no less or more safe than the inn. Let's put it that way.
Just part of our decision making was concern for you two into staying here, but
I understand, but you do not need to worry about me. I can take care of myself, and I can watch Irina here. The bones in the church seem like the main priority for now, and if the Baron is quite insistent on keeping us here for the sake of diplomacy, then I think it is... Irina seems to think it is a good idea to stay here. I'm not so sure I 100% agree. We all met the Baron, and kind of lowers his voice a little bit. We all know what he seems to be. A little bit unstable, perhaps. But I do not feel under threat, necessarily, at least not at the moment.
That was my main concern anyway. If this is the only room, I don't think we can stay here, all of us as well.
Yes, that is my thoughts as well. He seems to have overpromised, which may be a symptom of his character. But of course, you are all... If people would rather stay here and with myself and Irina, then I have no problem sharing a room.
Well, we'll have to get a consensus on the group, but I don't think we can stay in this small room, all of us anyway.
Ismark kind of looks to both of you and he's like, I appreciate all of you have done, but both of you look quite stressed, I have to say.
It's been a longer day than I expected.
Indeed. I just hope you are. I hope all of you are sticking together and looking after each other, despite I know a lot has happened, but
It's my intention.
he sort of looks over at Irina, who's still snoozing. He's like, it is times like these we need to look after the ones we love.
As best as we can in this strange land, anyway.
He just nods solemnly. Kind of looks towards you, Pitch, and then looks towards you, Farrah. You guys staying here, or are you going to stay a chat for a while, or are you going to do anything else?
Probably chat until the others get here. I assume they were coming back here anyway, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, we will move over to... Let's move over to the oldie Neville and Nigel.
Dream team.
Bum, 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 bum.
So, takes about sort of 5 minutes to probably get into the centre of the town square, cutting through this alley. Neville and Nigel, do you have anything to say to each other whilst you're on your way there?
So is there anything you're looking for there in particular, Nige?
Where?
At the shop.
I want bolts for pitch.
Oh yeah, we'll be sorting that out, don't you worry. Gave me a coin and everything. But is there anything you wanted for yourself?
I don't know till I get there. You want anything?
Well, top up on what I've currently got, but yeah, as you say, we'll see what,
I thought you were
what
going
they've
to
got
say
available.
top up a MOBA.
Top up, yeah, yep, do that.
Yeah, I am not to know. I'll have a look.
You're not at all worried about standing out in this sort of place?
I 7.5 feet tall. I stand out every place.
Well, surely not when you go back home. Where is that anyway?
Some mountains and also not mountains in Manor House.
Oh, you come from a manor?
Yes, my father, very rich lord.
Oh, I had no idea.
It's hard to tell. You not tell from my nutty clothes?
Well, I don't exactly wear nutty clothes myself, and I come from a rich background too.
What? Where are you from? What happened to your parents?
Well, they've moved on. They're not around anymore, but yeah, Daggerford, you remember that?
Yes, your Aunt Morwen.
Yeah, Auntie Moore. We might not exactly see eye to eye and look like we're related at all, but yeah, I'm one of the Daggerfords, true and true.
I, Fitzwilliam Montague. You heard of Fitzwilliam Montague?
Would I have?
Do
Are the
a
Goliath
do a history
rich
check for me.
families well known?
They're a human family technically, but
Oh.
yeah, you probably would have.
Who are they then?
They are a. Well, go on, Nigel. You know more than me about the
Oh my
history.
god, do I?
We'll make it up.
Yeah, they're your creation.
That is true. But I have forgotten what I have created. They are a very wealthy family with one no, 2 sons. One. Sorry, words are hard.
I know.
Nigel's father would be the one who stood to inherit. There are 3 sisters as well, and they're just very wealthy. The father is sort of like government kind of guy, whatever the D&D equivalent of a government is.
I didn't know Goliath would have had anything like that.
A courtier.
No, they're human.
Yeah, they're a human family.
Yeah.
You know that definitely,
Oh.
Neville, that they're a human noble family.
Oh, but Nigel's a big boy.
He is.
He's half barbarian and half human.
Half Goliath.
Oh, kinky. Yeah, how would that have worked out? Anyway,
With a step ladder.
and patience. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of them lot. I suppose you do still stand out then, don't you?
Yes, that's my father's family. My mother, she like me.
And she's still around?
No, she died when I small.
Oh, sorry to hear that. In the same boat, I suppose. I suppose
What
I'm
happened?
something of a half and half. My mother wasn't exactly royalty, to say the least.
Where your mother from?
Neverwinter.
And she, poor lady.
She did the best she could.
She bring you up nice though.
Yeah, she did the best she could.
Would we be getting to the shop
Yes.
yet?
Just bear with me 1 second. If you guys look under adventuring gear and supplements, that's all the gear that would be in the thing. They would have no items over 25 gold pieces, and all the prices are. Sorry, it's my wheel on my mouse wheel.
It sounds like a parrot.
And there would be no. Every single item is 5 times the cost. So you arrive. You see a building that has larger latticed windows than most of the other surrounding houses, and you see a little sign above the door that reads Dusklight Supply Shop. And you head on in, and inside you see a whole different surrounding of different odds and ends and oddments. Lots of things like adventuring gear, and you see... just have a quick look on the old adventuring gear table. You see like lots of glass bottles filled with different liquids. You see buckets and different sort of sets of clothes. You see like a fishing tackle, and there's a whole menagerie of different goods here. As you enter, a middle-aged to getting on older woman sort of comes out from the back of the shop and just sort of says, "Oh, hello," and kind of looks up at Nigel, looking a bit nervous, but then just sort of looks to you, Neville. Can I help you?
Hello, good lady. Me and my friend here, we just thought we'd pop by. We're travellers passing through. We're running low on a few things, so
Please
just came by to see if you got anything.
Please make sure he causes no trouble.
Oh, he's
That's
harmless,
rude.
he is. It's me you
I'm
got to
not
worry
sure.
about.
She's looking very nervously towards Nigel as he seems to be getting slightly irritated at her comment. Please keep him under control. I do not want any trouble in here. Please.
Now, Nigel, we're not going to have a problem here, are we?
I'm not savage.
She looks pretty scared.
Nah, look at him. He's just... Finally, it's me. See me at a buffet and then you know what savage is.
She kind of looks towards you more, Neville, and she's like, We are technically closed right now due to the situation. Have you not heard?
Oh, well, let me update you on that. Everything should be fine now. The issues we had running about, they've been dealt with now.
She kind of breathes a sigh of relief slightly, and she's like, that's good to hear.
Yes, I chop its head off.
Yeah, you gotta.
I can
Actually,
believe that.
it's us. You've got to thank. We've been wandering around all town looking for them and dealing with them. You're welcome.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Thank you. Are you here to buy anything?
Well, yeah, as I said, we've just dealt with this problem of yours, but now we're running low on supplies because of it, So I figured it makes sense we come and top up again. In case you've got any other problems we need to solve.
Of course. Feel free to have a look. She sort of gestures to looking around the shop. So feel free to look in the handout and see if there's anything.
Yeah, so, firstly, the agenda. We could probably do with a pack of crossbow bolts, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yes, let me just check the price for those. Oh yes, 5 gold pieces for 20.
Pardon? Did you just say 5 for 20?
Yeah, that's correct.
What, for your saviours? We just spent that much killing the damn monsters.
Do a persuasion check for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. I can offer a 50% discount. 2 gold pieces, 5 silver.
2 gold, 5 silver? Where I come from, you probably wouldn't pay more than a single gold piece for 20.
I'm sorry, but these are very hard to come by. And many such a thing are either sent directly to the huntsman or sent to the town guard.
Oh, don't send them to the guards. They're bloody useless. Have you seen them? Wandering around, pissing their pants.
Is that what you want to hand them to?
Right. 2 gold, 5 silver. I only have the 1. If you need more, the Gunther and Yelena might have more at the stockyard.
But at these prices, let's make it 2 gold.
Do another persuasion check. High DC. Okay, 2 gold. That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah, as fair as it's going to be around here.
And over 2 gold.
She kind of nervously. You see this woman looks, especially looking towards Nigel, looks quite nervous. But in general, she seems quite a nervous disposition. She sort of shakily hands over the crossbow bolts and then takes the money from you.
All right.
Thank you kindly.
No, not a problem. Glad I'm feeling generous today. Nigel,
I can't imagine there's anything at these prices that'll interest you.
Not really. But maybe... Ooh, what do I fancy? I kind of want a hunting trap.
Certainly can take it, yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna have the hunting trap.
And that's 25 gold pieces.
No, I not want the hunting trap.
Okay.
Nah, I think the crossbow bolts will pretty much clear us out today. These sort of prices, milady, I'm afraid business is going to be tight for you.
She just looks at you.
Yeah, don't you worry, Nigel. I've got a spare hunting trap you can have.
Thank you, Neville.
She's just like, she's openly just staring at both of you now.
What problem? Have I got something on face?
She just, as you say that, she looks down, like, frightened.
She's just frightened, visibly frightened.
Mm-hmm. She looks very uncomfortable.
Damn straight.
All right. Unless Nigel's got anything else to do or say,
No.
okay, he'll turn around,
Okay.
make his way out. Oh, bloody hell!
Hello.
Nigel would make a very exaggerated bow as he went out of the door.
She'd kind of like move back slightly in a kind of nervous look, and then goodbye, and just watch you both leave.
Okay.
Are you heading back to the mansion, I assume?
Yeah, pretty much
Okay.
like rendezvous.
Cool. We shall cut over then to
God
Osdred
damn.
and Helen as you're making your way across town. Let me just quickly prepare the map.
I go to the shop and I come out with less than what I have.
So, Osdred, Helen, are you talking to each other at all on your way there, or are you saying anything? Or is it quite a silent affair?
Osdred should just be like, I don't even know why we're going here.
To get scrap, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I suppose.
Huh?
he just said that.
That was incredible. Don't even know why we're going here. Well, you told us to. Well, yeah, I guess so.
That sounds like such a me thing to say.
Stupid me. Made an enemy for life.
Classic Osdred.
I don't know why we just didn't pick stuff off of those dead guards, really.
Well, at least it'll give you something to do for a while. We do get some downtime, don't we, in the evenings?
Yeah, oh well. I just want to leave this place.
Oh, really? What's not to like?
Well, you know. There's no other dwarfs here.
Yeah, everyone is a little bit taller.
And they're just constantly staring. It's really annoying.
Maybe it's because you're such a dish.
Well, that's quite obvious, Helen, but no. I'm surprised you haven't had any strange gentlemen callers.
It's quite a relief.
Yeah, I suppose a woman like you, most of them are scared off. Too martial and all that. Everyone we've seen here has been pretty meek. Other than, the ones that tried to kill us.
People do have sort of a dismal demeanour around here, don't they?
Well, I haven't even seen the sun. Not that I really want to, but don't you landlings like that?
Yeah, it would be nice. Have a little
I will say,
sun
as you
dren-
start walking, it starts to tipping it down with rain.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He's going to start doing a hurried walk.
And you, after a few moments, you arrive. Let me just move you over. You arrive at this location.
Oh.
So, as you approach, bear with me. You can see this large stockyard has several locked sheds along its periphery and lies adjacent to a roomy warehouse. A wooden sign above the front gate reads Arasek Stockyard, and parked at the south end of the stockyard is a sturdy carnival wagon, its colourful paint peeling off. You can see that faded lettering on the side spells out the words Rictavio's Carnival of Wonders. And you can see Approaching even closer, you can see a heavy padlock secures the back door. If you'd like to move around your tokens and tell me exactly where you're going.
Walk into
I'm gonna
the.
find this tower sec.
You can see that there appears to be like a number of goods on this side, Osdred, and there seems to be another hanging sign here that indicates this looks like some kind of sort of central building.
What do you want to do, Helen? Do you want to have a look around and I'll go talk to the stockyard broker?
Maybe we better stay together.
Yes, good point. I do get myself in trouble.
Yes.
I do want to have a look at that card.
It looks fabulous, doesn't it?
It does. Could use a new lick of paint, though.
I'll share an image with you just so if you want to see.
You need to keep that vintage character there.
That's what it looks like.
True.
And ominous.
It looks very 1460s, doesn't it?
I'm glad to see you're a true connoisseur.
Well, I was alive back then, rocking it out with in my youth. Well, more youth.
I forget how old you are sometimes.
It was a different time, a freer time. I even had braids in my beard then. Well, more extensive braids. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, we all make mistakes.
As you approach this door, Osdred, a man steps forward from the house and kind of looks over at both of you, like somewhat suspiciously at first. Everything all right?
Yeah, we're just here to get some scrap metal.
Right. I may have some.
All right. Well, where is it?
Let me just check. He moves over this way and then goes to look. You see him walk inside this building here, and then after a few moments, he comes back out.
What kind of stuff is all this stuff?
You can see there's a bunch of different stuff over here. It looks more like things like this. You see some ammunition there. You see like a hunting trap. It looks like very like you see like rope. You see there is like a ladder. There's like a 10-foot pole. Lots of different stuff.
Oh.
He comes back over, sort of handling some scrap metal, and he's like, "Yeah, I got some."
Can Osdred get it?
Yeah, and you look over at Osdred, and it looks alright. It looks, it looks like bits of maybe like scrap armor or weapons that have been gathered and just brought here. He looks down, he's like, 10 gold pieces.
How many steaks would it make?
It'd probably be enough with your forging. You could probably make about 5.
Jesus, that's a rip-off.
Yep.
Right, and how does the economy work here that the prices get inflated that much?
You get by.
Don't you have any mines here?
What was that?
You said, don't you have any mines here?
He just shrugs. Buying or not?
Well, if you want to be sensible, Possibly.
Just shrugs again. Just seems like quite a dour man. Very little enthusiasm. Seems quite zapped. It almost reminds you a little bit of the bartender you met back in Barovia village.
Yeah. Osdred's just going to look at him and be like, yeah, you can drop the joke now.
He just continues like openly staring at you. He's like just quietly staring at you.
Looks at Helen. He's like, I think there's something wrong with this guy, Helen.
Look, I've got other stuff if you want to buy it. I'll show you.
Well, the thing is,
There's a list of his goods there.
Oh.
oh my god. Good thing I have 10 gold. I'm surprised it's still open with vampire spawn attacking.
Don't like to close, but quite a open part of town, so don't.
Well,
reports are horrible though.
we actually took care of him, so we're actually trying to use this metal to make some steaks.
It's good. Hopefully you kill them all. Don't want any of
Probably
spawn in here.
On if you
Never seen anything like it.
probably depends on if you decide to be sensible with the price or not.
Your standard price.
Yes, but killing a vampire spawn isn't standard, so
Do a persuasion check for me, Osdred. He just shrugs.
well, he's going to point at this cart.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "What's all that about?"
It's cart. Someone, some newcomer in town paid us to keep it here.
What's the rate on keeping the cart here?
It's about. Depends on how much you're paying, but how much you got, but I don't know, 50 gold a week.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Yep.
Holy. How many weeks has it been here?
About a month.
Looks over at Helen. He's like, "That Octavio must be fucking minted." Alright, well, I guess I'll be seeing you.
See you later.
What's the statue thing here?
It's not the perfect map, so there isn't really a direct statue there, I'd say.
Oh.
I just had to grab what I could.
That's cool.
Okay.
Should we have a closer look at the cart, Helen?
Maybe it'd be better to have a closer look under cover of darkness.
Oh yeah.
I will say it is quite dark
Come back
now.
tonight.
It is about 4:30, so it is like it's not dark, but it is getting quite dark.
Really, I want to have a look inside, and we can hardly break into it now.
Maybe we should just mention that we've seen his cart and, make him uncomfortable. He deserves it for being so show-offy.
Okay.
Hmm.
You both leaving then, or are you going to check out the cart?
Osdred just doesn't think he has reason enough to sneak about some guy's car.
Yeah.
Helen's quite interested in this car.
Yeah, if you want to, you certainly can.
If Helen are interested, Osdred would sit on this box and like watch her look over it.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to look at it now because that would look suspicious.
I will say this guy would have walked back inside, like 100%.
Oh, in that case, I should go look at the car.
Okay.
Wow.
As you approach it, Helen, the wagon suddenly lurches as though something big has thrown itself against the inside wall. You hear the cracking of wood, the scraping of metal, and the snarl of something inhuman.
Ooh, even better.
Oh gosh.
Upon closer inspection, you see that the sides of the wagon are spattered with dry blood. You also see an inscription on the wagon's door frame that reads, "I bring you from shadow into light."
Goodness me. Osdred, this is come and look at this. And she shows him the blood. And there's noises inside, but I'm not sure what they are. Can I see if I can recognise what noises they are?
Yeah, do a nature check for me.
Yeah.
You think it's some kind of... you've heard like Farrah make similar noises when she's in her sort of form. You're not 100% sure what type, what beast exactly it is, but you're pretty damn sure it's some kind of lion, panther, leopard, some kind of big cat.
Oh.
Would Osdred recognise the phrase at all?
You wouldn't particularly, no. Do a history check for me. It's really unlikely, but we'll see if you get a natural 20. No, you don't.
And the blood, would he be able to tell if it was from like a humanoid or some creature?
Do a medicine check or an investigation check for me.
Oh, Helen will be helping with that because she's like...
With advantage then.
Oh, nice.
Same roll.
220.
With that, Osdred, you kind of look over the dry blood and you get the impression that maybe it comes from like meat that's been used to feed this thing. Whatever's inside. You're not sure exactly what meat, but you think it could be anything. Wolf meat, could be boar meat, but it looks like it's like sort of freshly, like sort of freshly cut steak. How it sort of leaks blood a bit, and it's kind of been sort of carelessly thrown around.
I can't remember him ever mentioning he had some sort of big creature. He just seemed to be talking about those terrible stories.
Seems an odd thing to keep. Is there any like holes I can peek through?
You look around the car and there's no direct windows, no.
Well,
there are sort of small holes at the top that are kind of used to let air in, but it's kind of, you'd have to sort of climb up on the side of the car and kind of peek in, and it's quite dark as well, so it'd be hard to see. But you can try if you'd like.
Nah. Well, I suppose we'll just mention this to the guys in passing, but
I could always melt the lock off.
That might be a bit dangerous.
Yes, and I'm sure it's something stupid he's got in there. He seemed like the type. He's actually, Osdred is going to knock on the door.
Yeah, and as you do, Osdred, once more, You hear the sound of the creature inside.
Looks back at Helen. He's like, "Hello."
No response.
Well, I hope it, at least it, if it is a human, it's probably gagged. Right. Is there anything he could take as like around that he sees? It's not like proof, but
Not massively, no. It's just the wagon itself. And what kind of thing were you thinking of?
well, he's trying to look for metal to use as
What, to make more stakes?
Yeah, kind of. But just anything that if he mentions it to the guy, he'd believe that we went and saw the cart.
I mean, there's the message on there. Seems quite unique. That's probably the first thing Osdred would think of. I would have thought the inscription is probably the clearest thing.
He's going to get his pitten out and carve the sign of Doomorphoin really small into the woodwork.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, you can do that without any issue. Whereabouts would you do it on the cart? Just on the door, or...?
Near the writing, but not on the writing.
Okay. Interesting.
That way he knows we've been here. And he yeah.
To that point, Osdred, as you sort of pull away, curiously, as dusk begins to properly fall, you see a familiar face begin to make its way through the rain and towards the cart. He sort of spots you and looks over you both, standing quite near, and he's like, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I help you?"
You've got something big in your cart, Fred.
Well, it wouldn't be a carnival of wonders without something big and interesting inside, would it?
It's really quite fabulous.
Oh, I'm glad you think so, my dear. It's very kind of you.
What exactly is inside?
Well, that's my secret, and you to find out. Perhaps you'll come to the festival. Maybe there'll be a... No, maybe I'll get him out and you'll be able to see him. Probably not. Doesn't really work in this kind of small kind of place, but you never know.
Quite enticing.
I had no idea the storytelling and travelling trade was so lucrative.
You make more money than you think, my friend, especially when you're as popular as old Rictavio here.
Well, 50 GP a day, a week to keep that thing here. You must be bloody minted.
Oh, I'm just smart with my money, my friend.
That's more than being smart with money.
He just smiles and winks at you.
What does this phrase mean? And he points at it.
He comes over a bit more. Asking an awful lot of questions. Have you been trying to break into my wagon?
I thought about it, but decided I didn't really care that much.
Interesting. Well, you know, you do know there's vampire spawn running around the town at the moment. You probably should be careful.
Well, we killed one, so...
Oh, good to know.
And in fact, I was the one who told you that, Rictavio.
Indeed you were.
Yeah.
He kind of leans against the cart as you said that. He's like, Well, how can I help you?
What do you mean?
You seem to have an awful lot of questions, but I don't quite know why you're trying to break into my cart, as openly admitting it. So it's a bit of a strange thing to do. I could quite easily go tell the town guards.
You could. Why don't you?
He kind of smiles and he's like, I'm not the sort. Don't think his donkey head would quite suit you.
Ha 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 ha. Well, I'm just curious. What have you been feeding that thing?
Wolf steaks, mostly. You'd be surprised how much the huntsmen bring back in. Quite easy to get your hands on fresh meat around this place.
Well, if they were sensible, if they're pricing, you'd think there'd be more, things would be cheaper around here, but apparently they're not.
Yes, they do have quite a, let's say, an inflated price for most things, but you get them chatting and you can get things down.
Well, that dopey sod up there doesn't seem to chat at all.
No, but that's exactly how I like him. Yeah, nice and quiet. He doesn't ask too many questions. Carnival of Wonders, sometimes people want to know what's inside. So much so that they'll try and break into someone's wagon. He kind of stares at you.
Well, as I said, friend, I considered it, but we didn't, because you're not that interesting.
Good to know. At least I know there's no threat of you breaking in. You wouldn't want to break in anyway. Old Reaver in there. Ugh, no.
A what?
Old Reaver. That's her name.
What is she exactly?
Like I said, Carnival of Wonders. Don't want to spoil the surprise, but she's a beastie girl.
I mean, she can't be that big.
She's a decent size. It's quite a large wagon, I will say. It's not like a tiny small wagon. It's like it's wide enough to hold like an elephant. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just smiles at you and he's just like, perhaps I'll see you at the inn later. Another story, perhaps?
Where did you go when we warned you? When I warned you?
I had to go check on my horse, didn't I?
Where's your horse?
Keeps him in the stables out back in the inn. Old Drusilla. Can't have her getting harmed. If I haven't got a horse to pull this wagon, then Octavio's Carnival of Wonders comes to a quick end. Do you see many horses around here?
Well, you could use old Reaver or whatever it is.
No way I'm riding her. That's a recipe for disaster.
Sounds like it could be quite fun.
True. He kind of nods and smiles. But, sometimes you just got to get from A to B.
Yeah, where you headed off to after here?
I was going to feed Reaver and then head back to the inn.
No, I mean after.
Well,
the
this
key.
whole place has got I heard there's a village in the south.
There's no point going there. They barely talk.
Maybe I can bring them out of their shell. Who knows? But there's plenty of places to explore in this valley. But for the meantime, there's a festival every week here. Can make quite a little bit of money.
And where were you before here?
Been across the Sword Coast mostly, but been to Waterdeep, been to Neverwinter, all the way up to Luskan.
So why did you come here?
Yeah, you hear rumours of new places. Rictavio is always looking for a challenge, new audiences to please. And I find myself here, so make the best of a interesting situation.
Most people have no idea this place even exists.
Neither did I, to tell you the truth. But yeah, rumours of people going missing, walking off into the high forest on misty nights, and I don't know. I was intrigued.
Just doesn't seem the sort of place you'd expect a carnival.
Exactly. There's no one cornering the business, cornering the market. It's
Or
fresh. Fresh.
Of dead people who've gone missing.
Well, you know, I'm a curious sort of person, I guess you'd say. So, always new business opportunities. You have to look in the right places. This is how a man like Rictavio gets all the money or so worried about me being minted with.
I'm not worried. I just wondered how.
Well, that's how you know. Trade secret for you there, little man.
Just kind of shrugs.
He just smiles at you. So, can I be helping you? Do you want to watch me feed Reaver, or...?
Yeah, come on then.
Very well. And he pulls out this big wolf steak, this dripping with blood from his satchel. And he sort of chucks it up onto the top of the wagon, pulls himself up, and then he sort of opens this little trap door, like unlocks this little trap door. This key he's carrying, and then he pulls open this trap door, and he's like dangles the wolf steak, and he's like, "Reaver, dinner," and he drops it in, and then you just hear like slashing about, and like the wagon moves occasionally, and then sort of goes silent. And he closes the trap door, locks it up again, and jumps down next to you.
Well, that thing certainly is vicious.
Indeed. She's a bit of a voracious eater. That's why it's easy to do it that way. Trying to go in there, Christ. Sometimes you have to worry about getting your hand bit off.
Where did you get this old Reaver then?
I think, God, it was years ago now. I think a man down in Waterdeep sold it to me.
Oh yeah, well, I guess we better be off.
Indeed. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and good job on those vampire spawn. Didn't take you for quite the kind. I mean, you look like a bit like adventurers, but they're hard nut to crack, I've heard.
Well, I guess, but some other person did it. For two of the others, so...
Oh, really? Interesting.
They must be quite the artisan in killing.
Yeah. Perhaps Valaki's got its own little watchful eye over it. Apart from, old Strahd fella up in the castle.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's not many people here with such fancy carts, but I guess we better be off.
Good evening to you. Maybe I'll see you back at the tavern.
Good waves.
Goodbye now.
Keep it loose.
Right, so you both head off, leaving Octavio behind. He just gives you a little wave back in a playful fashion. And I assume you're heading back to the mansion?
Before he did, he'd go to Helen like, that guy just seems far too nice to be real.
Yeah, he's awful.
But he's got something in that cart.
And I see you're heading back to the mansion.
Yeah.
Cool. Just drag you back across. So, first up, so you would spend some more time chatting with Ismark, Farrah, and Pitch. Is anything you particular would have said, or not really?
Not massively.
Yeah, I can't think of anything in particular.
Okay. Just sort of general chatter then. And then after a while, you would have seen both Neville and then Nigel return, who are also shepherded into the den by the maid.
Welcome back.
Hello, everyone. How we doing?
At this point, Irina would kind of sort of wake up, and she's looking pretty, like, misty-eyed. She's like, oh, hello, everyone. Sorry, I was sleeping.
That's alright.
Did you Did you kill the spawn?
Well, we killed one. The other two we already found deceased.
Already deceased? Did the guard get them?
We're not really sure. Osdred could probably tell you more about that.
Thank you all for everything you've been doing again. I know I keep thanking you, but I do appreciate it. Are you feeling okay, Mr. Pitch?
I'm feeling okay. It will be good to have everyone here at once.
Indeed.
Mr. Daggersen, Nigel, how did it go? Any luck with the bolts?
Oh, bloody hell. I can't say I recommend going there anytime, but I imagine the rest of this town's bloody fleecing all of us, so... Yeah, it might have cost me a bit more than I'd like, but here's your bolts.
How much? I'll give you the difference.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. I did fork out an extra gold piece for him, but only with some of my smooth talking.
He handed over he hands over another gold piece. Gratefully takes the bolts.
Okay.
That makes me...
They're quite expensive then. 2 gold for 20 bolts seems excessive.
As I said, thanks to my silver tongue, she was asking for 5. 5, can you believe it?
5?
Sorry.
For a bundle of bolts?
Precisely, things must be tough here. I don't like it.
Low on stock, I suppose. That's what brings prices higher. In some cases, anyway.
Ismark nods alongside that, and he's like, Bildrath back in Barovia Village had much the same policy. When things are hard to come by, then things become a lot more desirable.
Yeah, but he was a sod and all. I remember him.
Yes, he is a colourful character indeed.
Yeah, if that colour was brown.
Or grey. He kind of smiles. Oh, I need a drink.
Perhaps we'll need to make our own stuff then, if it's going to be that expensive the whole time.
Perhaps. There are rumours of many old armours and rusted swords that other people have come into the valley across Barovia, so maybe you'll find some and then we could use it to... Mr. Osdred seems to have a talent for that kind of thing. And I'd say at this point, Osdred and Helen return. Both who are also shepherded by the maid.
Welcome back. Did you get some scraps?
Huh? What?
Did you manage to get some scraps for materials for the stakes?
No, they're asking for 10 gold for it, so didn't bother.
Similar story to with you, Neville.
Perhaps you should consider asking the blacksmith, Mr. Osdred. You seem to think fondly of him.
Yes, I'm sure I could use some of the old rusted stuff there to make some.
Good idea. I think.
We also came across a very fancy cart of Mr. Rictavio.
Really? I suppose
Fancy car.
a carnival master needs his carnival.
He had some damnable beast in there.
Beast? Of what kind?
I have no idea. We didn't see it.
Helen, you'd know it was some kind of big cat. So if you did want to tell people that, you could. If you're there, Helen. George. He's probably screaming. There he is.
Yeah, it's some sort of sounded like some kind of big cat, maybe.
Oh. Carting around a big cat is not easy.
Isn't it a bit cruel? Don't
Certainly. I mean, I don't condone use of animals in much these days, but certainly a big cat in a cart, you say?
Yes,
Is it at least a large cart?
he had some sort of strange motto there as well.
Mm.
What it was.
That was I bring you from dark into light, I think. Let me just double check.
Yeah.
Is the exact
He'd
word.
say that. Well,
I bring you from shadow into light, sorry.
yeah, he'd say that if there's any recollection from anyone.
Everyone feel free to roll a history check, but it's pretty unlikely.
Okay.
Ooh, it's close on the 20. Even with Neville's, you get a vague recognition. God, I can't say that word. Recollection. Thank you, Stefan. You get a vague recollection of that phrase, but you're not exactly sure where you remember it from. It's hard to recall exactly, but it sounds somewhat familiar for some reason.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but not sure why.
Just seems a bit strange for a carnival master to have that written on his cart. Like, how is that related to being a charlatan like he is?
Perhaps it is to do with the show bringing happiness. I don't know.
Did you ask him?
No.
You did, but he never actually replied. Probably.
Yeah, he confounded me.
Well, he's been frequenting the tavern enough. We could pop by, maybe grab a drink, see if he's there, have a word.
I think
That's the
someone
other
else,
thing. Oh, yeah.
I think someone else would stand a better chance than me. Neville, maybe Pitch. Seems to like him the most.
I'm happy to speak to him.
Well, that's the other thing as well, Neville. This is the room that was offered us to stay
It
here.
doesn't mean we can't pop out for a drink.
You'd
Well, I
be
mean-
happy sleeping all together in this one room, Neville?
Whoa, wait a minute. You mean we're all sleeping in here?
It seems that way.
Let's fuck off back to the tavern then, eh?
As you say that, Neville, from across the hallway, the door, even though this door you're behind you is only sort of slightly ajar, you see the door open and you see a number of women all start making their way out of this room. They start heading towards the exit.
They're getting away, Davy.
And then at the very back, God, it takes time to drag these. And at the very back, you see another woman come out, quite a regal-looking woman, looking sort of quite posh, wearing kind of quite noble garments, And she says, yes, goodbye, my dear friends. And then she kind of looks over to you and she's like, I did not realise we had guests still. And she kind of...
don't mind us, we won't be here for long.
She just smiles at you and then goes back into the room.
We don't recognise her, I'm guessing.
No, you don't. And she shuts the door behind her.
Any ideas who that was?
No idea. Have they been there this whole time as well, Marina?
The women came in early, a few hours ago. They had been, I don't know, they just went in there. The lady lead them. I think it might be the Baron's wife, I'm not sure.
Well, either way, don't know what they're doing in there, but it's not really our business, I guess.
Are you two stuck here now, then?
Well, no, I suppose the offer's still free for us to choose where we go. No offence to the lot of you, but, Pitch can testify I'm a loud snorer. I wouldn't want to bother the rest of you.
The Baron was quite insistent on me and Irina, being the children of Kolian, stay in the safest place in Barovia.
Did you ask for a better room? I mean, it doesn't seem right that brother and sister are sharing the same room.
You're not wrong, Mr. Osdred, but I don't know, I do not think it is wise to trifle with the Baron, especially after Erwin's warning, so I am happy with what I've got. And Irina kind of nods and she's like, I am... Do not worry, Mr. Osdred, I am happy here. It is not a problem.
I mean, it's no less than them sharing the tavern room, regardless, so...
Well, if you offer hospitality in the name of nobility, it should at least live up to it. Don't you think?
Agreed.
I agree. It's probably not worth even asking about, to be honest, Osdred.
I do not wish to earn his ire. And Mr. Osdred, you were quite charming with him before, I have to say.
Well, I know how to suck up.
Indeed. And he's drinking like a little bottle of wine. He drinks out of it and hands you it.
Yeah, you take a swig.
So I forgot to mention this last time. I've told Kieran in private, but we'll do it now just for the sake of thing. Osdred, as you drink from the wine, you didn't notice it as much before, but since the nightmare you recently had, the wine and you drank at the inn gave you a similar feeling, but it didn't quite click with you until now, as you sort of take a big gulp of this wine. Feel free to roll a d6 for me. Osdred, you gain 3 temporary hit points for the next 24 hours. You can use this once a day to gain 1d6 hit point, 1d6 temporary hit points.
Nice.
I needed that. Thanks, Ismar.
Me too, my friend. He takes a big sip as well.
Shall we, get going? We talk to it. Where is the Baron?
I believe he's in his study at the moment.
I mentioned the spawn news to the maid, and she said that she's spoken with him. So
yeah, he's not come down since. The maid would have popped in and told you that as well.
we're not allowed upstairs, so
Why not?
well, if you had guests over with Neville, would you let them upstairs in your bedrooms?
Well, I'd at least let them go to her bedroom and not stay in this bloody room.
Right, but do not worry. Me and Irene are fine here for now. I think once the church is safe again, then perhaps we can discuss moving over to there where Irina might be safer?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I guess we better go back to the orphanage or something.
What time is it now?
About 5 o'clock. It's dark. It's pretty much dark now. It's outside.
Well, it's getting late, Osdred, and it's quite dark. I don't think we'll be able to see much. Investigating wise. Well, it's inside though. I say we do that tomorrow, but I'm willing to take a vote.
Well, what are we expecting to find there anyway?
Well, we were investigating the necrotic magic, weren't we, Nigel?
Maybe we can show the wife the journal, and maybe she'll be more forthcoming with information or have any idea where the bones have gone. I don't know.
Dealing with necrotic damage could be dangerous, though. This is why I say perhaps we do it tomorrow.
Why? What are you expecting to happen there?
Well, the kids have all been having accidents and stuff. If the necrotic damage is is it necrotic damage? If it's the cause,
Necrotic magic was.
it's got necrotic magic, yeah. So if that's got something to do with it, we don't want to be a part of that when we're unprepared.
Well, it's an orphanage. It's a place for kids. There's not going to be nothing nasty there, surely.
With
You did think the same thing about the coffin shop, Neville.
No, I'm always suspicious of the coffin shops. They're the worst.
I'm just going to quickly go to the toilet, so feel free to roleplay out what you're doing in the meantime.
So unless anybody has any strong objections, I say we do it tomorrow.
I'd like to rest.
Yeah, I'd like a bit of a rest.
First thing in the morning, then.
Indeed.
We all have a part.
He says upside down.
Get some magic lights going, Pitch.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh wait, lights.
Yeah. DM comes back and the whole place is just trash.
Anyone else feeling like going murder hobo mode in this fucking place?
No.
God, the people, it was just like when Osdred was talking to the fucking stockyard guy, I was just like, oh man, I got such an urge. But Osdred's just like, yeah, and this, and then guy's like, shrug. You people,
Just thought he was a bit cold, that's all.
burn it all
Not worth
down.
dying.
Burn it all down.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. You
Cool.
decided what you're doing?
Long rest. Well, we're going back to the
Okay, going back to the inn.
Osdred would want to stay here with them just in case the Baron came back so he could talk to him. And also just keep an eye on Irina and...
That's fine.
Right.
Are you staying the night there then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Let me quickly just prepare the inn then. Bear with me. Might take me a moment. Feel free to chat. Might be a moment. Try to set this up.
BRB then.
Do. Roll.
Shit. Neville couldn't even hit the bear head on the...
Can hear what?
The bear head on the wall, the trophy.
Oh, damn it.
It's gonna give it a smack. You can't even hit that.
What a scrubbo.
The pitch is rocking out with his cock. Oh, he's good. He's good.
It's the 3 acts of my one-man play. For the third
How
act.
does the third act go? Does that end well? It's alright. It's okay. Mediocre.
Attempt to cast colour spray on you.
That's...
A euphemism.
I don't know. Yep.
Wait.
I cast colour spray.
God, I can't wait to see Stefan.
Taste the rainbow.
Can't wait to see your character in the Christmas one, Steph. I just have no idea what he's going to be like. There's so many different ways that it could go in my mind.
Look out for your hand.
That'll do.
I need to look at what everyone else's characters are like.
My guy is a happy-go-lucky tabaxi sorcerer who's gonna be like, let's roll the dice!
Right, there we go. Done. Move you across.
Holy shit, Rudy looks...
The red-nosed reindeer.
Hey, Rudy!
Oh, we're playing again?
No, she's grabbing.
Oh, okay. Is it cold out there?
Freezing
Right. What is the music quiet? There we go. Right, so Pitch, Nigel, Farrah, and Neville, you will make your way back towards the inn. Only takes you maybe 5 to 10 minutes to get there, and then you arrive to a slightly more active inn than previously. As you enter, you see a number of patrons now. I think the news of the vampire spawn having been dealt with seems to have spread, and things seem to return to some sense of normality. At the bar, you see 2 familiar noble figures who both seem quite drunk, as they are sort of asking Rictavio to tell more of his stories, and he's kind of sort of politely declining for the moment, and he says maybe later kind of thing, and they kind of look around, and they're just sort of like being fairly boisterous and troublemaking, but they maybe not quite as bad as the previous evening. You recognise these 2 here, who actually, as you enter, begin to leave, making their way past you, and then disappearing. Farrah, I think Hannah's just going back downstairs, so you make your way in. What are each of you doing?
Straight to the bar.
Yeah,
Order a drink.
Danica gives you a small nod, and she's like, Mr. Daggersen, what can I get you?
Oh, a glass of your finest.
And that'll be 1 silver piece, please, for the Red Dragon Crush.
Oh, even for, a member of our merry band who's just dealt with the monstrous menace of your town?
She smiles and looks to you. Fine. Half price for this evening, then. Just for this evening, though.
All right, love, for you.
5 copper, then. And she pours you a wine and hands it over. Any dinners tonight with your rooms? Beet soup again, I'm afraid? Or would you like the wolf steak?
Oh, steak for set.
I'm afraid I will have to charge full price for the steak. The huntsmen are quite insistent on maintaining their prices.
How about this? If they can cook it right first time, I'll pay full price.
She smiles and she's like, well done, I take it.
Absolutely.
Of course. And she goes into the kitchen and calls, and you hear her call to Erwin and 1 wolf steak, and she then will come back. Anything else for your friends?
Oh yeah, also Neville's gonna put the stool back.
Oh yeah, I forgot he brought that. I do appreciate it returning the stool. Anything for your friends?
Yeah, Neville will kind of just swivel around. Like, anything, anyone?
Oh,
Not that
just
he's
have
exactly offering.
the free thing or whatever it was. The soup.
Same for me, please.
2 soup,
Yes, soup.
3 soup, and for Mr. Nigel.
Wolf steak, please.
Okay. That'll be 2 silver for the wolf steaks, and I will get your soups as soon as possible. I'll have Erwin bring them out for you.
Yeah, you'd hand it over.
Something. Why do I see an unarmed strike?
A what?
Did I miss
Yeah,
something? Did
we
Neville
went to
put something?
combat.
Yeah, definitely.
Pitch did a one-man play. 3 hours.
Been there.
She heads off into the kitchen and then tells Erwin, and then not long after, he brings out all the soups for you, and he sort of says, oh fuck, I've lost you. And he goes, soups for everyone, and the wolf steaks will be along in a moment. How are you all faring? I know it's been a tough day for everyone in Valaki at the moment, so I'm trying to check in with everyone here as best I can.
As good as one could hope, I suppose.
Very well. Well, if you need anything, then please feel free to let me know. I'll do my best to be as good as host as I can be.
Thank you. Soups are grateful for the soup already. She sips it.
He smiles and heads back to the kitchen, and then he'll bring this wolf steaks maybe out in about 10 minutes. Yours is very well done, Neville.
What? I'm hungry.
Yeah, he brings it out as soon as it's ready. It's very fresh. Yours is very well done. And Nigel, how would have you wanted yours done? They would have made sure, because Neville's very picky.
Probably have his well done as well.
Okay, 2 well done steaks then come out.
What is this?
They taste very nice. So, what are each of you doing?
Oh well, are you satisfied with your steak, Neville?
Yeah, it'll do. Suppose I can't ask for too much more.
How about you, Nigel?
He would say, it's very tasty, and he's just there like loudly chewing with his mouth open.
I think we all did quite well today. I mean, I know we only found one ourselves, but I think we did good.
How do you react, the rest of you?
I'm just glad we're all alive. It got a bit close when they were all together.
I mean, yeah. Neville, you came very close. Perhaps we should be a bit more cautious next time, all of us. It was my fault, mainly, to have you go up front, Neville. I'm sorry.
It's not a problem. We weren't to know what was going to be in there.
It certainly was a surprise. I was not expecting 3 vampires spawn just chilling in a room.
What's Pitch
Do you think
doing?
we'll
at
be
this
coming
point?
across them more often?
Sorry?
Go on, Stefan. Sorry, I interrupted.
He was just asking if you think we'll be coming across them more often.
Well, hopefully not within the walls of Valaki, but it's quite probable, yeah.
What's Pitch doing at this time, Tom? He's quite quiet.
He's just sitting, taking it all in. He's sort of occasionally casting a glance over at Rictavio, but he's just... He agrees with Helen. Glad that everyone's alive.
Do that.
He's just kind of taking stock of things.
Okay. Is there anything you particularly want to do this evening, or particularly want to talk to, or do anything whilst you're at the inn, or are you mostly just going to eat your dinner and go straight to bed?
If anyone... Was it Osdred had something to... Oh, no, wait. Where is Osdred?
Osdred stayed behind to look to watch over Irina and Ismark. I believe he was going to stay there for the evening, if that was correct, Osdred?
Well, I don't know if Helen wanted to ask Octavio about what he saw.
What was that, sorry? What was that, Steph?
It's Helen. Helen gonna ask?
Oh. I was going to say whether or not Helen wanted to ask.
Don't know, does Helen want to ask?
Ask what?
Wasn't it about what you saw on the wagon? Like a motto or something?
I bring you from shadow into light, is what they told you.
Well, no,
about.
then someone suggested Pitch could. So whether or not we was Pitch to ask him to see if we could get more out of him.
Yeah, Pitch will happily ask, but he needs to be given a reason to do so.
So we know more?
Yeah, but I mean, like,
you could make it.
Like,
you could just make it a friendly chat, Pitch.
What do you want me to glean from him?
Not much.
To see what he's been doing with his day.
Probably
you want me to
fleeing
ask,
vampire spawn.
do we think he was slaying vampire spawn?
Do we have a reason to think it was him currently?
Osdred did tell you that he happened. I don't know if actually Osdred told you. I think it's just Kieran mentioned it. So you wouldn't really say that, Farrah, I don't think, because you wouldn't have, unless Farrah's got some specific reason to suspect him. Osdred is the one who saw him leaving the inn.
Well, that's what I was saying. I don't think that's what I said. I don't think we have a reason to suspect him.
Right, I can't remember who said they suspected him. So
I thought Farrah said, because you want me to ask. I said, "What you want me to ask him what he's been doing today?" And I thought Farrah said killing vampire spawn.
Yeah, she did. So
oh no, I said fleeing vampire spawn. Fleeing, running. Yes.
Okay, I'll ask him what he was doing today. Anything else?
Mostly just want to know what his little slogan means, really.
Well,
it's not that important.
Explain that weird motto. So it's something about shadow and light.
Exactly, yeah. Doesn't have to be lengthy, Pitch.
Alright. Pitch will sit down at the bar next to Rictavio.
as you do, the two Factor brothers sort of lean across and they sort of make a few comment. They sort of make a comment under their breath and then just start laughing and drinking. And they're like sort of elbowing Rictavio, who kind of like turns to you politely and kind of gives you a smile as if like, these guys are fun, sort of thing. And he's like, "Ah, Mr. Pitch, how goes it?"
It goes okay. We had an interesting time hunting things. How was your experience of the crisis?
Well, quite nerve-wracking, I have to say. Been nothing like that since I've been here in Vallaki. But looks like it was dealt with. Mr. Osdred, I happened to run into earlier with Miss Helen. They said that you were all involved in dealing with that.
We, alongside the town's own guard, we took down one of them, but two of them were already dispatched when we tracked them to their final resting places.
How interesting. Perhaps there's another one on the loose. Maybe maybe the town guard sorting them out, or perhaps the town guard have got some talented members in between them.
From what Neville said and from my own experience, the town guard didn't seem too capable, barring Mr. Strahd, the Baron's man.
I've seen the huntsmen are more capable. I've seen them coming and going. But you get a few more around the gates that seem to have killed a bunch of wolves, so perhaps some of the central town folk are a little bit inexperienced. I suppose, like I said, nothing's happened in the time I've been in Vallaki, and he sort of gestures over to Danica and he's like, nothing happened like that since your time being here, love? She's like, no, not quite. No, not quite.
Well, I suppose if you can kill a wolf, you kill anything.
Indeed. But vampire spawn, that is I've heard nasty tales about all those ones. That's kind of a higher up on the old list of things than wolves, I would have thought.
Yes, they
You killed wolves before, Mr. Pitch?
I have. Yes.
What does it feel like to kill something like that?
To kill a wolf?
To kill anything?
What did it? It felt.
I killed a chicken once, actually. But that was when I was a kid.
How did you kill a chicken as a child?
It was a bit of a stupid prank gone wrong. We tried to throw the chicken off the roof onto my friend Hermit's friend. And, it didn't quite end up like you think. Chickens aren't the best flyers.
I can't help but feel that was perhaps the beginning seeds of the Carnival of Wonders.
Perhaps quite an astute mind you've got there, Mr. Pitch. Perhaps these things all do stem back to childhood experiences. Perhaps that's what drove me to become the greatest carnival master that the world has ever seen.
I just wanted to show people that chickens can fly.
Exactly. But perhaps that's a new act I can consider putting in my thing. The flying chicken. I imagine you could train a chicken to fly, right?
If you can show it how to fly, you could do a demonstration yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fly, but maybe if I learnt to fly myself, I heard of some sort of magical flying stuff you can get. Perhaps if you can put some enchantment on the chicken, then perhaps it would, be able to properly fly. Do you think a magical flying chicken would be a good enough attraction? I'm not so sure.
I think if you are going to possess an enchantment to make an animal fly, something larger, bulkier, more would be a bit more impressive.
Indeed.
Perhaps a large cat.
He kind of looks to you and smiles. Perhaps in my fucking voice went off. Australian, there we go. Perhaps indeed, Mr. Pitch.
My friend, sort of nods over towards Helen, told me you are keeping a exotic animal at the stockyard.
Oh, the Reaver, yes. I try and keep it quiet though. Don't want the whole town figuring out there's a large cat in there.
No, half the fun is the surprise, but we couldn't help but wonder. It is a somewhat impressive motto you have across the side of your
Yes,
cart.
Mr. Osdred and Miss Helen did seem quite curious and suspicious of my cart. Don't forget I I haven't forgotten your little premonition that you mentioned before.
Indeed.
Must admit, I'm not too thrilled about the idea of people stalking around my cart. Mr. Osdred seemed to imply that I'm not interesting enough to even search, but that would be... I think he might be being a usual dwarven boisterous self. As the two behind him kind of knock into him slightly, like, and just start downing their drinks more. And he's like, much like some other people in this tavern.
Indeed. But you artfully dodged my question. From where did the motto originate?
Well, you know, read it in a book somewhere, I think. Just thought it sounded good, you know, bringing shadow into light. You're revealing stuff from the wonders and showing it to the people what the thing's truly like. Take Reaver, for example, you know. Not many people have seen such a large beast in person. Sometimes you bring that thing out from the shadows, show it to the light, becomes a little bit less scary for those people. And, you know, some people might be fascinated, might want to actually, you know, seek out these things.
I feel like making something less scary is not a particularly smart business plan for a carnival.
Yes, but it's all about the fascination as well. And you've got to respect the, you know, it's about the fascination. You've got to get people interested in as well. If they know the thing's there, then they want to see it again, you know?
I certainly think this place can do with more light. Those of us who are... He sort of gestures around to the table. Those of us who are trying to make their way in a dark place could certainly do with revealing the true light of one around us.
He smiles again at you. He's like, yes, perhaps, you know, perhaps the carnival will be, you know, the old festival. That's a good way to bring light into people's lives, don't you think? All will be well and all that.
Pitch kind of has a little smirk and shrugs a little bit. Well, I, for one, am looking forward to seeing you at your very best, Mr. Octavio.
Well, I'll do my best to entertain the crowd. I do like bringing them in.
Well, aim to be there.
Fantastic.
He goes to stand up from his stool.
See you later, Mr. Pitch.
Have a good evening.
He smiles and nods and turns back to his drink, being knocked again as you walk away by the rowdy Vactor brothers.
He sits back down with everyone. He just says, he is not telling us anything.
Is that because there's nothing to tell, or you don't want to tell nothing?
No, there is absolutely something to tell. The more he dances around it, the bigger it seems.
Well, perhaps we'll pry him another day.
I think either he will do it on his own time, or we would need a different kind of leverage than just smiles and questions.
You think any leverage over his cart would help? I can speak with the big cat. If
That could be
would do
something.
anything.
I imagine it will just tell you how it doesn't like to be in a cart, but perhaps
Probably.
it would reveal something. I don't know, but if he doesn't want to tell me, he's not going to tell me.
Well, it doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. I think we have a while to figure it out. But one step at a time. We'll do the orphanage tomorrow.
Alright.
Okay. So I assume you're having some drinks and heading off to bed?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move you up to your rooms. Doop. So now you could take the other rooms and share them out a bit more evenly if you wanted to, because Osdred's not here. Irina and Ismark are not here either. So, is there any particular way you wanted to share out the rooms differently, or are you quite happy doing them as they? Well,
Yeah,
Neville
well,
might want his own one.
Yeah,
You
alright,
know,
Neville.
with-
Alright,
yeah.
yeah.
Sleep tight.
Pitch should go bunk up next to Nigel.
Okay.
Do we want me having my own room? I don't think that's a good idea.
As long as I've got Nigel between you and myself, I feel fairly safe.
Okay.
I not
We-
feel safe.
Nigel, you're big and strong.
So is Bear.
Well,
I'll take care of you, Nigel.
Thank you, Helen. At last, somebody brave.
I can just lock the door from within. Perhaps that. I don't think bears can handle locks. Well, they just smash the door
No,
down,
they
but
just
hey.
smashed that door.
Yeah.
So, are you sleeping in with the room with Nigel and Helen and Pitch then, Farrah?
Yeah.
Seems like it. Seems Helen. So let me move you down there. So I'm going to say that seems pretty much like you'll be sleeping there.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case then. Neville, you get off to a good night's sleep pretty quickly.
I
A
was
long
gonna
day
Are
for
these
you.
beds
do a
like
trance there.
What was that, Helen? Neville?
I was gonna say, are these beds like quite loose? They're not fixed to the walls or the ground.
Oh, they're very loose, yeah.
You'd probably
oh yeah, push them
rearrange the
Yeah.
room
together.
a little bit.
Yes, you could definitely do that. Get the closest thing you're going to get to a king-size bed in Barovia, I'll tell you that much.
Exactly.
Well, the rest of
As
you...
I am the closest thing to a king.
the rest of you begin to head off for a night's sleep.
Farrah is gonna trance so that she can try and who's got the book about Barovia?
Osdred does,
Okay.
unfortunately. Unless you'd asked him previously when you were at the house.
I don't think she would have thought about it then.
No, that's fair. Okay, then. I'm
Still
assuming
gonna trance.
you're not holding any watches or anything, or are you just going just pretty much straight off to bed?
Well, this is why I want to do a trance, so I can have at least most of it on a watch.
Okay, that's fine. You'd get, like, 4 hours of at least being awake.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so you gradually drift off to sleep for the evening. Pitch.
No,
As...
dreaming of the hot dog plane.
Fuck's sake. Pitch, as you're lying in bed and Farrah is trancing away, you can hear Nigel snoring beside you. You can almost hear Helen.
Neville snoring from the other
Yeah,
room.
you can almost hear Neville snoring in the other room, and you can almost even hear sort of Helen's kind of silent sleeping, and she's so quiet that you can almost hear it. And as you do, you get this little inkling at the back of your head to, like, you get this feel. It's almost like this pull from the orb within your knapsack.
It should definitely take it out.
Okay. You begin to look into the orb as you do, and as you've seen before, shadows begin to swirl once more, and you remain transfixed on the orb, brow furrowed in stern concentration, as darkness and mist whirls more, painting an image with certain precise strokes.
Sorry, George, can you just mute your mic a second? Thanks.
Aye.
No worries. The image becomes clear within moments. A girl, young, standing with a happy home full of warmth, a home dancing on poverty yet full of contentment. A girl whose beauty shines like no other, a star in the murk of a filthy village. Golden hair that curls in perfect ringlets, skin unmarked and perfect, eyes large and lashes long, the sort of innocent beauty that promises to flower into something truly special. The orb flurries as it paints the girl anew in a few heartbeats, blooming into a young woman of 16. You can see she was lavish with love from all, her physical aspects being her only value, lodged deep in her young mind. But the attention was shifting ever so slightly about her, darkening just a little. Jealousy seethed in women about her. Sorry, I lost where I'm fucking reading now. They detested how they appeared withered in comparison when standing near her. Possession within the men who watched her. The world shifts again once more, and darkens as the girl hurries home one winter evening. The rain from above streaks down like black ink, the rain clouds boiling with wild fury and snaking with writhing lights. A foreboding night that whispered of the violence that would soon strike, the malice stalking her. Cruel thoughts and jealous hearts drove their hands of those older women, unable to gain a husband, so haggard and hideous in comparison to the young flowering girl that they were never spared a glance. In that moment the girl was alone. They grasped at her, wicked fingers snagging at clothes and hair like steel, and hauled her into the dark. They didn't listen to the girl's pleading words, and ignored the mounting fear clouding over her beautiful eyes. They just held her fast, nails digging so deeply into her shoulders they drew blood, and with a cruel swipe of a knife they set to work. Gone was her hair, those golden tresses that shone like sunlight. Gone were her perfect hands, dainty and slight as any woman dreamed. Gone was her face, the smiles and shining perfection. And once their job was done, they fled. The girl's scalp haphazardly bared, and her face scorned. Her right hand little more than a stump, as rivets of blood pulled beneath her. But to her dismay, the girl lived and became disfigured, her beauty carved away by the savage tip of a knife. She remained in her room, unmoving, eating little. The news of those women having been chased down and hanged didn't lighten her. She just remained in the dark, staring at the stump of one hand and the mangled remains of the other as thoughts whirled. The only thing she held dear had been snatched away, and with it, so did those who valued her. Friends that visited once there then were never heard from again after they fled in horror. Her parents no longer spoke to her, no longer smiled at her with such life. Instead they mumbled, glancing disappointedly at her ruined face. The girl understood why when she finally saw her reflection. Her nose cut away to resemble that of a pig, her mouth pulled up awkwardly from her scarred cheeks, teeth cracked into jagged points. She never left her room, terrified to be seen ever again, and casting darkness wherever she went. And no one tried to convince her otherwise. She withered away into nothingness, alone in the dark recesses of her room, with not a finger being lifted. Then, as she lay weak and little more than bone dressed in human flesh, whispers began to dance. They came as a breath, a soft rush of air slipping from lips, comforting. When the shadows have come for you, Pitch, you've also heard such comforting whispers. And these words were those that offered a hand. They danced in her mind for a day and a night, the earnest voices rising, the lilting whispers flourishing like song. Fire began to be ignited in this living dead girl's heart, a desire to live, a desire to reclaim what she had, to be beautiful once more. She woke with a jolt the following morning. Those voices now calm and gone, but they had left something behind. A breath of life rippled through her. Strength. No longer was she withered as a stick, her body ready to collapse into dust at the mere touch of a hand, but felt like flesh once again. And when the girl felt her features with two hands, she fled from her bed and out of the room, forgetting that she had vowed to never step outside, so as long as she breathed. She darted to the nearest mirror in the depths of her home and then stared, and stared, and stared. No longer was she monstrous and broken. Her face, the image of the carved up meat that had been slapped haphazardly back together again, but her face was whole once more. Her nose was perfect and buttoned, the mouth that shining wide smile, and her teeth no longer shattered. No, she was more than that. She was perfect. More than perfect. She glowed with beauty, her skin shining with glossy splendour. The girl's life renewed. The orb begins to grow brighter in front of you. No longer smudged in muddy black as her parents welcomed her with open arms, not questioning how they had their daughter back again. Friends wormed their way back, showering her with praise and apologies that rang hollow. The girl was happy though, alive again. The darkness had lifted, but each day she would wake with a jolt and a horrible need to see her face. She'd stand in front of it for a long while, checking that her hands were intact, her nose, her ears, her hair, still beautiful, and that monster she had been truly no more. And bit by bit it became an obsession. Even after finding a man she loved like no other, even after their wedding, even after years of happiness, she still checked those mirrors. It grew worse, like a sore that was beginning to fester and bubble with pus within her soul. No longer did she check in the morning, but the afternoons too. Then she couldn't leave the house for long before she had to rush back and see herself intact once more. Gradually one mirror wasn't enough. She flourished money upon the best mirrors she could find, inlaid and carved beautifully, their glass a perfect surface to view her perfect beauty. And when the money ran dry, she made do with old mirrors she found in abandoned alleys, broken and chipped, abandoned and unwanted. Soon her home was full of mirrors, plastered along walls and ceilings, in any and every room. However, it cured nothing. She didn't take her eyes off herself once for fear of becoming that broken, withered thing, scarred and ruined by cruel jealousy. She never left again as she smiled at herself, transfixed, still as beautiful as ever. She never noticed the pain, though, that it brought her husband. Too blinded by herself to see it. She never noticed how she turned him away and slowly began to ignore him, his voice unable to be heard. The love she had for him was overwhelmed by the love for herself. She never noticed his growing resentment for those mirrors, not until she woke to the sound of violent fury and the crashing of glass. The woman leapt to her feet in a blind panic and found her husband, hammer in hand, smashing every precious mirror and leaving them broken and dead. She stared in horror, her heart unable to beat, her lungs unable to breathe. That rotten sore worsened. Obsession rose like a sick beast in her, as ugliest and as hideous as those haggard women from long ago, riddled with hateful maggots and welts of unhappiness. With a shrill screech, madness took her. Madness to protect her beauty, and fear she'd become ugly, that poor shriveled wretch that she had once been. The moment her reflection was gone. She flew at her husband in such a fury that it stunned him for a moment, before he'd shove her aside as if she was little more than a doll. With determination and a declaration he'd end this madness, he continued to break her precious mirrors. Break her, with gritted teeth and wild mad eyes that no one could describe as human. The woman snatched up a large sliver of glass and flung herself at his back. With a frenzied stab, she tore at his throat, slicing and cutting and stabbing, spraying hot jets of black blood to arc over her broken mirrors. She stabbed and she stabbed, and she stabbed long after her husband had collapsed into a lifeless heap. Throat hacked so deeply, little kept it attached to him but thin sinew and skin. Then the beast calmed in the summer orange light of dusk, the rage cooling. The woman stood there breathless, covered in her love's blood and gore as gradually what she'd done began to dawn over her like a nightmare. She stared at him, the man who had loved her and she in turn had loved. The broken mirrors too stared, highlighting the blood in arcing spatters over a loving home she had built with him. A man who she had loved with her very being. With a bubbling cry, she began to scream, rushing to him and shaking him. Nothing worked, he wouldn't stir. She glanced about wildly, seeing only the mirrors glowering accusingly at her as they showed her what she'd done, mercilessly refusing to let her escape. She saw herself beside her slaughtered husband. The wilderness, her golden hair stiff with blood, gore sticking to her every pore and turning her beautiful, pale face red. A frenzied monster. With a savage howl, she turned the glass stained with her husband's blood upon herself, carving away her nose, her ears, the golden hair, her mouth and beauty, wishing with her every being that she had never been beautiful again in pained gasps. Then the whispers returned for the first time since she had heard them in her darkest moment. Their tone different this time. Dangerous anger lingered in their accusing voices, the tone dark and ominous as they breathed into her stubbled ears. The shadows began to come. They lengthened into her home with the thickening night. Shadows that you're all too familiar with, Pitch. The dark bringing strength to their voices, the whispers that sang of death. And as the woman howled in pain, her face, as torn as it had been that fatefully cruel night, the sun sunk to nothingness, plunging her into darkness and handing her to the grasping hands reaching for her, bringing her the death she now begged for. Thus her madness ended, just as her husband vowed. As the image swirls and fades, Pitch, you are left with a familiar sliver of darkness. The same voice echoes through your head once more. She is coming. I will make you ready. As the voice fades, the dimly lit lanterns in your room are snuffed out. With your dark vision, you are treated to an all too familiar sight. One that you had hoped, no, one that you had prayed had not followed you to Barovia. But in this moment, you know that your prayers were not answered. Creeping around the frame of the door, crawling across the walls towards you, the same shadows that have stalked you, your sister, killed your father's sister, and haunted generations of your family are now here. They felt small at times, and sometimes insignificant in your home upon the Sword Coast. But one day, this day you always feared, that they would come for you in force, is finally here. But as this fear fills your heart, You feel a sense of hatred. You will not be taken. You will not end up like the rest. This icy hatred spills out from the arteries surrounding your heart and pumps its way through your blood and streams down to the veins within your rest. Suddenly, black ice begins to form within your hand. Can you please roll initiative for me, Pitch?
Holy fuck. Yes, I can.
Fucking tiefling. What is this baggage?
Nigel, Farrah, and Helen, and Neville, please all feel free to roll initiative for me as well.
Shit.
Okay.
You might have to re-roll it to add it back on. Sorry, that's my bad.
Dick face.
Bear with me 1 second. By the way, you all have Georgie to thank for that lovely story.
That was amazing.
Very good. Very, very good. I love it.
Horrific.
Been waiting.
That's
jolly
too
good.
perfect.
Jolly good.
Come on, Georgie. You could have just written a story about the hot dog plane. Why didn't you?
Hey guys, no plagiarism, please.
Fuck, that was awesome.
Pitch. I'll explain this mechanically to you now.
One second.
What was that, Hannah?
1 second. Have I got any of my forms back?
No.
Short rest, I mean.
Oh, on a short rest, yes.
Yeah.
But you're still trancing. You have no idea what's going on. I will say that much.
Yeah.
Pitch. You can now cast the spell Ice Knife once a day without consuming a spell slot.
Okay.
And when facing the shadows of your past, you can cast this each turn as a bonus action instead of just once a day.
Nice.
So cool. Hold on, I'm scribbling. Ice knife. 1, 2. Okay.
Okay. So, Farrah, you are still trancing. You have no idea what's going on. The shadows rush up towards you, Pitch.
Oh, God.
This first one creeping around the walls. Almost amorphous as its shape just forms off of the wall and forms in front of you. It's going to make an attack against you.
Yep.
Remember, that's a miss. The second one will make an attack against you.
Oh, there's more than one.
There's 4 of them, baby.
That's 11.
16 hits.
16 hits. Oh, I keep running with advantage. Let me just turn that off. God, I wish there was a way. There must be a way, but it's fucking. You have to turn it off for each individual fucking monster. It's so annoying. 16 hits.
Just taking the. Yeah, 16 hits.
So you take 11 points of necrotic damage. And your strength is reduced by 1. The third one will attack you. Hovering over Nigel. Misses though. And the final one will also... The natural one, so it also misses.
Oh my god, yes! Super lucky.
Pitch, it's your go.
Oh my god, yeah, so Pitch is just reeling completely, and I think the orb, just drops out of his hands onto the bed, and he only has a moment to look down at his arms and hands covered in this black ice and the shadows, and he just shouts as loud as he can, "You will not take me now!" and throws up his hands, and the shards come off of it. So, Ice Knife?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fuck. So should I add it?
If you can add it to your spells, then feel free to. I don't know if you'll be able to exactly. I can sort that out on D&D Beyond between sessions.
Yeah.
If not, just roll it.
Yeah, so I'll do my spell attack.
Yeah.
Plus 6. Oh, I can just press it. Spell attack. Oof.
It's 9.
9.
That does miss, I'm afraid.
Yeah. What? Isn't it Oh man, I love this spell. I always forget. It's like, even if you miss, they have to make a deck save or something like that.
Yeah, let me just quickly get it out myself.
On a hit, hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage, which would include me.
It would, yeah.
And Nigel.
Okay.
Oh,
so
shit.
Nigel and Pitch, please make dexterity saving throws. And I'll have the shadows make them as well.
So I pass mine at least. Something.
The one on the left gets a 20. The one on the right gets a 5. So a 7.
Fails. So the only one that will take damage is this one.
Yeah.
Nigel dodges it in his sleep.
So I think at this point Nigel would you would have heard Pitch call out, your eyes shoot open, and then you see this ice like raining down on you, and you just swivel out on your bed and pull up your blanket, which kind of blocks them, and then you kind of throw it to one side, ready to engage in combat.
So 5 cold damage to this one.
Nice.
I will also say, if it's okay, DM, that Pitch would have used his reaction when he attacked.
Yeah.
So the only one that hit him was the second one again, I think.
Yeah.
To use Hellish Rebuke.
Yeah. Go for it.
So from his Tiefling heritage.
17 fire damage. Does it have to make any kind of check? A DC 14?
I believe, it makes a dex save, and it's half on success.
Fails, and it's instantly snuffed out via fire. You still have an action, Pitch, because Ice Knife is only a bonus action against these guys.
Oh my god, so cool. Fuck. But the same rules for spells, right?
No.
Yeah.
This is completely separate. This is an ability, not a spell.
Okay.
Only against these guys, though.
Yep.
Yeah. This is very specific.
Oh, so when I do the one a day, normally it's not a bonus action, it's a normal action.
Yes, exactly.
Cool, that makes sense. And sounds balanced. Okay. So he's called that out, he's thrown the ice off. This is ridiculous, but I kind of love it too much not to do it. So it's going to take some angling. I'd like to use colour spray.
Okay.
But I'd like to do it so it doesn't hit Nigel, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I'd like it to go like this, basically.
Yeah.
I don't think I could get that one.
Yeah, you could get
maybe
those.
These two.
Yeah, you could get those two.
So yeah, so after the ice shoots off, he conjures a bardic phrase, and then these like multicolored lights just shoot out against the shadow.
Taste the rainbow, bitches.
Yeah, light versus shadow in Rictavio style. So it's 60-10.
Okay.
Press the button. So it's like sleep. So 36 HP's worth.
Yeah.
So you're starting with the creature. So it's 36 HP's worth, starting with the creature with the lowest hit points, going upwards, and every creature that is affected is blinded.
Okay. So both these guys are completely blinded.
Amazing. Lasts only one round.
Let me just double check something. No,
they may well have blind sight or something.
They do not.
Yeah.
And it lasts how long?
Just one round.
1 round, okay.
That's
Helen,
my last spell slot.
You had just come to awake at this point. Looking around, you can see these shadows looming over Pitch.
Oh, goodness.
You see Nigel in his boxer shorts and his robe, like, grabbing his great axe.
I'll stab one. I'll stab the one closest to me. Stab.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Ah.
And you swing through, and its form kind of bends out the way.
I'll punch it then. I'll punch it.
Okay. And again, unfortunately, it's a miss. It's kind of you're in a sort of groggy state as you're going to pull yourself, and you're like swinging out, but again, in a miss.
This is terrible.
Any movement or anything else?
Oh, I don't know. Tempting.
Lewis, you're an absolute god recommending Pinterest.
Yeah.
No,
I got you, boy.
I was
Holy
looking for
fuck.
pictures of gnomes and
It's so great. It's such a great website for that stuff.
If Pitch has slept in the room by himself. Oh boy!
Yep. Oh, Nigel was on the thing. Let me quickly readjust that then.
Sorry, I wasn't on it before for some
No,
reason,
that's fine then.
so I.
And
Put
funnily
myself on
enough, you are up next, so...
Uh-oh. Wow, he's going to swing out at this bad boy in front of him here.
Yeah, feel free to. Roll an attack roll for me.
Sleepily,
But that's a hit.
Sweet. I did it by accident.
Oh, that's a big hit.
Let's
You
go, Nige.
swing out, swing into the side of the thing, trying to protect your friend. However, it's not as much damage as you would have expected, but it does do a decent amount. Anything else, Nigel?
I don't get anything else, do I? No?
I think so, no. Any movement or anything, but I think you're good.
Nah.
Awesome.
Right, thank you.
Sleepy Neville Daggersen. Look at those double
Yeah,
bits.
let's
I only
do a
just saw
thing.
that. It's amazing, Steph. And
So he's going to stay asleep.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hear nothing, or if he did, he's not awake enough to give a damn.
Yep. I think that's pretty fair. Farrah, you are now jerked awake as well, with Nigel swinging his great axe above you.
Yep. Are they similar to what we fought in the house?
They are in a way, but also quite different in terms of the way they look. They still look like shadows, but they are. It's hard to describe. They almost seem like they're more aggressive. They seem very driven. They seem like they want pitch. You get the sense around you that just they are moving towards pitch with malicious intent.
Yeah. So she is gonna use her last spell slot and do Thunder Wave.
Nice.
On these two, 'cause I don't think I can get all three.
Okay. Is it any creature? So I think Helen might have to make it as well if it's... Or can you just do it in...
Well,
I suppose you can do it in
if I
this
could do it
square, like out the window, couldn't you
this
really?
direction.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
I guess.
What does it say exactly? 'Cause I can't quite remember exactly what Thunder Wave.
Just put it on the thing.
15
There you
foot
go.
cube, right?
15-foot cube.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. No, yeah, you could, definitely.
Okay.
Paralyzes him too, right?
Constitution saving throw, sorry.
No,
I'm
it's Pokemon.
a million miles away.
Yeah.
Con saves for both of them. One on the left gets a 12, one on the right gets a 3, sorry.
Yeah. So they both fail then, because I think
Nice.
it's a 13.
You should say, yeah, at the top of your thing.
Yeah. Con 13.
Nice,
So on a
both fail.
failed save, creature takes 2d8.
6 damage, nice.
Okay.
And it's thunder damage, you said.
Yeah.
So you do notice it's not as damaging as you'd expect.
Okay. And bonus, she's gonna turn into a panther.
Okay.
Nice.
You want to pop the panther out and I'll sort it out on the old...
Yeah.
Rictavia gonna put you in a cart.
Right, let me quickly give it vision for you.
I found this place.
It's so good. Just-
That'll be fun.
And then... GM layer. There we go. You should be able to see from that now, Hannah, right?
Yeah, I can see now.
Awesome, cool. Well, you are still on the turn order. It will be on the GM layer, so I know where it's happening. The shadows are up next, going for Pitch once again. This one is going to move up next to Pitch, along the wall. So you would get an attack of opportunity against it, Helen.
Yes.
Get Helen.
Stab it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll hit.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to move. Okay. That's alright.
6 piercing, okay. Again, not as much as you'd expect, but its form is starting to flicker slightly. This one is going to move up onto the wall and around, so Helen, you'll get an attack of opportunity, but nobody else does. Oh, you already used it, of course, yeah, sorry. So...
2 with disadvantage on normal.
Yep. So... Let me quickly add the disadvantage thing. Disadvantage.
Come on, colour spray. Save my ass.
It's a 10.
Yes, it did.
The second
10
one.
misses.
Also with disadvantage. It'll roll. There we go.
Oh shit!
That's 9 more points of necrotic damage to you.
Damn it.
And,
Spray.
Well, your strength being reduced by a further 1 point.
Getting lucky with those as well.
You are. Then finally, the last one, reaching around the wall. For a further 12 points of necrotic damage.
Pitch is knocked unconscious.
No.
Life is pulled from him.
That is the Shadow's turns, though. Pitch.
How much strength do I lose?
Oh, yep, sorry. 3 points of strength.
This is looking dodgy.
So if you do a death saving throw for me, please, Pitch.
Roger that.
Come on, that 20. Oh, no, it's a pass, though.
Success. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Helen.
Let's do some more stabbing. Stab, 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 stab. Stab.
Short sword would hit.
Hey.
9 points.
Nice.
Okay, reduced to 4. So okay, you got a hit on.
Kick it on the bum.
Kick it on the bum. That will also hit.
Yeah.
Okay, for 3 points of damage. It's looking very rough.
Nice.
Anything else, Helen, or is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Nigel.
Save me, Nigel.
Nigel heal?
No.
Would Nigel come stand over Pitch?
100%, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, he would do that then, and then he'd swing out at this guy.
Okay. I will say this one looks more damaged on the right if you did want to attack that one. But it's up to you.
Sure.
It's up to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That will hit 24, either one, so. Rolls your damage. With that is enough to finish off this one.
Yes, Nigel.
Whoops, I accidentally took them off the turn order. They're after Pitch. Anything else, Nigel?
No, he's just gonna protectively stand over Pitch.
Okay.
Don't let him get him.
Neville Daggersen. Fast asleep. Farrah, it's your go.
Yeah. Yeah. Farrah's sees Helen's got this one. She's gonna sees thingy's gone down. She's gonna bite this one.
Okay, make an attack. That definitely hits.
Yeah.
Rolls your damage. 5. That's slashing damage, I assume.
That is piercing damage.
Yeah. And either way, it feels less effective than you thought it would.
Yep. But she's gonna.
Oh,
wait,
sorry,
yeah,
go on.
Well, because he's gone down, she's gonna actually turn back to Farrah.
Okay. I'll move her back up.
Yeah. I just saw that Panther fucking. Grebo makes that face all.
And annoyingly, that is a bonus action to turn back as well, I think, so.
It is. Anything else, or?
No, that's it.
The shadow, this one, is going to try and attack Pitch, but I will allow you, Nigel, to try and block. Since you're standing over to block him, you can take the hit for him instead if you choose to.
Yep.
Because you're literally covering his form.
Yeah, there's no way Nigel would let
It
them
does get advantage
hit.
on this roll, I will say, though, because of that. So 15 to hit you, Nigel.
Yep.
That just hits you.
Just about.
Yeah, that's 9 points of necrotic damage to you, and your strength is reduced by 2 points.
No. I don't know how to change that. I'll figure it
if
out.
you click on strength and then go down to override score, just change it to...
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
My strength is 6 right now.
This one's doing the same thing. So advantage against Nigel.
Thank you, Nigel.
Opportunity?
This one would get an opportunity, yes. Actually, no, because this one crawled around onto the wall.
From Helen.
No, she
Alright,
wouldn't. This
okay.
one is not technically there. It was sort of more round on the wall. It's hard to describe.
Okay. In the wall.
Yeah, so this one gets a 15 again, so 4 more points of necrotic damage to you, Nigel, and your is reduced by a further 2.
Oh, I've only just figured out how to change it onto what it's meant to be.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Helen, it's your go.
Oh, I need to roll my...
Oh, death save, yep, sorry.
Yeah, that's alright. God. Nigel, you're the only reason I'm alive.
That's another one.
Whew, 2 successes.
Success. Helen, it's your go.
Let's do a stab. Oh, this guy. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong buttons.
That'll definitely hit.
Wait.
5 points of piercing. Still not quite enough, though.
Punch it.
Nice.
That'll hit again. Still not quite enough. It's flickering and hanging on barely.
Oh, do another punch.
Yeah, flurry of blows.
That'll miss, unfortunately.
Oh.
Unless you've got inspiration.
No.
Okay, Nigel.
Yeah. Same again, I reckon.
Yep. Against which
one?
one?
In front of him.
One right in front.
The one in front of him.
Okay.
Oh no! All of my things have got a smaller modifier.
They do, yeah.
What the fuck?
So that would be a miss, unfortunately.
Balls.
Neville Daggersen. Let me hear it. Farrah.
Farrah is gonna second level healing word on Pitch.
Okay. For 8 points of healing, Pitch.
God, thank you.
It's not over yet, though.
No.
And she's gonna she's gonna scimitar it.
Okay.
No, it's not gonna do that much, but
Why do I imagine Pitch got 8 points of healing? He just like sat up and like headbutted Nigel in the crotch.
Yeah, pretty much. that will hit Farrah, and with that, you finish off. Like I said, literally 1 point of health from it. So.
Yeah.
Great turn, great turn.
And with that, Pitch, you are now back up.
I believe it's the shadows first, actually.
I was in Shadow first, okay.
Yeah, on the turn order.
Oh yeah, you're right, was that? My bad. So it's going to make an attack against you.
Nigel?
Oh, not with advantage. Let me re-roll that, sorry.
If it was against me, it is with advantage because I'm prone.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. So it would be against Nigel, sorry, because he was covering your point. But there's a 23, so it hits Nigel. So 6 points of necrotic damage to Nigel. And a further 3 points reducing the strength on Nigel.
Oh my god. My hero.
Pitch is your go.
Oh, bitch. Oh my god. Pitch got sent down into this dark haze and then brought back by Farrah's druidic magic. He's on 6 strength, so he's like wizened and withering. But he is going to...
God, he's like the Slender Man.
He's gonna put a hand on Nigel's back and just say, "Get away!" and throw his arm forward and do his bonus action Ice Knife.
Yep.
Which could knock himself out.
10, so...
Oh, he would stand up as well. Yeah, 10 misses.
No,
So now...
Dexterity saves.
Yep, from literally everyone here.
Yep. So, Farrah and this guy.
DC 14. Nice.
13.
Farrah's fine, takes 0 damage.
But it actually
The shadow fails!
It rolled I fucking rolled a 12, I think. Yeah. No, 11 rather, sorry.
Pitch. Come on,
So close.
Pitch. Come on, Pitch. Make this, make this, make this. Yes! Pitch makes it. Nigel? I'm so sorry.
You can do it, Nigel.
Do barbarians have danger sense yet?
Hang on, sorry, what do I need to do?
Dexterity saving throw.
I have cold defences, if that's any use.
Oh, that is use. So even if you fail, you're probably okay.
Yeah, so he passes anyway, though.
Oh, beautiful.
So only the
Literally only the shadow failed. Teamwork! Okay, so 2d6 cold damage for the shadow.
6 points of cold damage. Which goes through.
And then Pitch will... That's a bonus action, so I can't do... Because Nigel's been defending him, Pitch will use his final spell slot, because the other one's actually a once-a-day thing, to cast Heroism on Nigel Fitzwilliam Montague Woundcaller.
You get 4 temporary points per turn.
Yep.
Okay, Helen, it's your go.
Yeah. I'm gonna stab it again.
Okay, make an attack roll for me. That'll hit. 5 reduced to 2. It's looking pretty rough, but it's still hanging on.
Ah! Punch it.
Again, it's a hit. Oh, still barely hanging on.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's punch it again.
Yeah!
Get it.
That'll hit.
Come on, Helen.
And then that. Helen finishes off. with the last
Punching
shadow.
goes to death. Helen, Terra away.
And with that,
Nice.
combat is over.
What are you gonna call?
Oh boy.
God. Pitch falls back to the head of the bed.
Yeah, Farrah just sits down. What the fuck was that?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Nigel, you saved me. You all saved me, but Nigel, thank you.
Well, you did very well, Nigel. Do you need a heal?
Yes, please. I not feel great.
I'm gonna do my other spell.
At this point, outside the window, you begin to hear rain falling heavily.
Like, Pitch takes a moment to kind of look at each person in turn. I am so sorry that I brought that to you. It was not. I do not think it was. He kind of looks at Farrah. Moonbeam. I did not see him, and it is something that I thought perhaps I was done with.
You want to talk about it?
My family has a dark past. What gave me these, kind of gestures to his horns, doesn't just change my appearance and the appearance of my ancestors. There has been a darkness that's ran through the bloodline, and it has claimed people before. When I was young, there were times when shadows like this would come for me. My music has been a way of beating it back, but it also just felt like as I grew, then perhaps it diminished. It hasn't troubled me this way in a long time. If I thought it would be back and would threaten you all, I would never have let myself be around you. I'm so sorry.
You say they're after you, Pitch?
Even just saying they feel strange. I've heard whispers. It is something that has affected especially the women in my family in the past. My sister, we were always worried she would be the one to be affected. I can't help but wonder right now if she is okay. Yes, they have come for me, for members of my family before.
Well, we can only hope that she's okay, Pitch. Sorry, I can't get you to her right now.
Pitch is kind of tearing up a little bit. It's okay. On top of everything else, this horrible place, to have this happen as well. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's...
But I wouldn't hide anything from any of you now. You all were sleeping, Farrah, you were trancing. I felt an urge to look into the orb again. It was not the same story as before, though there were some similarities, and it was horrific. I do not want to go into details now, but I can tell you another time. At the end, there was a voice. It was comforting. It told me that it will make me ready, but that she is coming.
You can tell us in your own time, Pitch. We have no problem with that. Whatever it is that's coming after you, we, as a group, as a team, will protect you.
Thank you. And he kind of puts a hand on Nigel's back again. I have had that proven to me tonight. And you kind of notice that as he puts his hand on Nigel's back, it's like there for 2 seconds before he has to lower his arm. His strength score is fucking 6 right now.
You both did. Nigel, you did very well. I'm only ashamed that I couldn't get there a bit quicker as well.
No, please. If it's fair to say, I will not be sleeping in a room by myself again, if that is okay.
I think that's fair and safe for all of us as well. With multiple things that have happened in the night now.
Nigel would sweep Pitch up in a big bone-crushing hug and be like, "We've been roommates ever now."
Nigel, you probably noticed that Pitch is like a bit withered. He's lighter than usual.
It's that painting of Mr. Burns.
That's a reference, Jesus.
Do you think... Oh, sorry.
No, that was it.
Okay. Do you think it's worth making sure there is at least one of us awake at a time?
Yes. I do.
Okay. It will be watches from now on then, and she looks at everyone else.
Alright. Sorry, DM, can I just clarify 2 things?
Yeah.
One, once the shadows were gone, is the black ice still there, or did it like dissipate?
Still there.
Oh shit, okay. And 2, did they come from the orb? It wasn't like that, was it? It was like they loomed out of the shadows in the room.
Yes, exactly, as you described.
Yeah.
Definitely did not come from the orb itself.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Pitch would kind of look down at his arms. And this is new.
And Pitch, you just get the sense that you can almost like conjure this ice at like will at your hands.
Oh, so as he's looking at it and thinking of it going away, it like starts to go away.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh shit.
Mm.
And then as you do Pitch, when you make it go away and come back, you just hear this voice in your head once more. It just says, "I will protect you."
Fuck.
As cold as ice.
Pitch would convey that. He doesn't want any secrecy with this now. The voice... So it's not just from the orb. It seems to be in me now. I can make this, and he'll like conjure a blade of the ice in his hand.
And the rest of you can see now that this ice is not... It's not like normal ice. It's like pure black. It's almost like obsidian. Like obsidian glass.
Mm.
Can you only tell it's ice because it's cold?
Mm-hmm.
That is some unnatural looking ice. Who is protecting you, Pitch? Do you know?
I've not been given a name. But
Well, at least there's someone there.
Take all the protection I can get right now.
Definitely. Well, for now, both of you look like you need some extra sleep, to be honest.
Yes. Just from Tom, it's fucking great that Nigel took like multiple strength drains and he's still above 10 strength.
Yes.
They're like, yeah, I'm still fine. And Pitch is just there like,
Go chop wood now.
Looking around the room, you would notice from Hannah's Thunderwave that this table has been turned upright, smashed against the window. And at this point, you see Erwin and Danica come running in. And then he's like, "What the bloody hell just happened? Everyone all right?"
We're fine.
He's like he's got a sword drawn, ready.
oh, badass.
The things are gone. Don't worry. We'll tidy the place up. Who is this guy again? Have I forgotten?
Owen, he's the innkeeper.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
Steak
awesome.
man.
I don't know if Pitch wants to tell him about the shadowy things or not. It's up to him.
You'd
Leave it
notice
to
that
him.
Pitch, if you like looked back towards Pitch, he'd kind of like shake his head
Yeah.
a little bit.
It's okay. It's just some.
The win.
Yeah, it's just the rain.
Rat.
There was a very big rat. Yeah, I broke the table.
Look, there it is
I'll
again, and you turn into a rat.
Roll a deception check for me, Farrah.
Deception.
You got this.
6. Let's have Urban roll an insight check.
I don't got this.
Come on, Owen,
That's
give us a nat
4.
one.
Ow.
Owen, that wasn't a nat one.
God damn it.
Right, somewhat of an unbelievable story, but as long as everyone is safe, then the table is of no concern. Do not worry about covering the cost, it is fine.
Oh.
Okay, thank you for checking up on us.
As long as you are safe, I wish you good night. Apologies.
Good night.
And see Owen head off.
I like to think she's just standing on the bed.
We were having a pillow fight and it got out of hand, alright?
It happened.
I just think it would take too long to explain. I want to keep this within the oath, but I will tell Osdred.
Of course. You just tell whoever you want, Pitch. That's up to you.
I think I will tell Mr. Daggersen too. He is... Anyone that stays with us deserves to know, at least for the danger that could come.
I agree. I also agree with not telling like randoms, because it just instills more fear than is necessary.
It's very true. Okay. Alright. Thank you all again. I mean it. It is something that I always had to face alone.
You don't have to face anything alone in the Iron Oath, Pitch.
Kind of weakly smiles. Slumps back in his bed a bit.
Yeah. Farrah's
Is
gonna...
it time for Nigel Heal?
Please no.
No.
Okay, so
Nigel, you should sleep as well.
I
Yes, I
assume you're all
go
trying to
night
go back to sleep.
Well
now.
done, Helen. You got the final blow.
Okay.
Yeah, sleep. Sleep.
And with that, you can all gain the benefits of a long rest,
Oh,
including you,
Oh,
Osdred.
thank you.
You would have spent, Osdred, most of the evening if you would have spent it with Ismark and Irina. Is there anything you would have wanted to roleplay in that time?
Not unless that guy came down.
The Baron, he wouldn't have, no.
Yeah.
It would have been.
What dick?
It would have been
Was
quiet.
he
wouldn't it?
he is a dick.
He is a dick, massive dick.
Going to town.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Ismark would have shared a few drinks with you throughout the evening.
Yeah. Osdred would have just been, I don't know, taking it easy in this fairly more normal room.
Yeah.
About it.
Okay. And with that, you can all take a long rest.
Thank Christ.
Yeah.
The number of things I'm getting back from that. 24 HP, 2 hit dice, 7 spell slots, Bardic Inspiration, all my feat stuff, my Infernal Legacy stuff, and my strength coming back.
Crazy. Yeah, you get your strength back, by the way, Nigel.
Yay! I can't remember what it was, but hooray! I think it was 19.
Yeah, it was
I'll
19.
figure it out.
Yeah, it was 19.
Fuck. Big night.
Well, if you just delete the modifier, it should go back to.
Yeah, if you delete the override, it should just go back to normal.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I also forgot, Nigel, but I think you've not equipped your Cloak of Protection, so your AC's showing is lower than it should be.
Cloak of Protection.
On your equipment,
Oh,
right at
yes.
the top, if you click on it, then your AC
There
should go
it
up to
is.
15. Right, so
Or not.
I think that's probably a good place to end the session. I know it's a little bit early, but
Yeah.
It's not too early. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
It's always good to start in them.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Yeah.
place to start.
Fresh bit.
Obviously, we can use this time now because obviously we're not playing next Sunday. So, if anyone's got any questions or like anything that they might want to do in the morning or anything in particular that they want me to plan out between this next 2 weeks, then feel free to let me know.
I think for pitch,
Mm-hmm.
now that he is going to tell everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I don't know if he'd. Well, if they go and like find Osdred, he wouldn't hide it from Irina and Ismark, but also I don't think he'd like seek them out to tell them. If that
Yeah.
makes sense. So if they're just in the same room when he's selling Osdred, he wouldn't.
Yeah,
Hide
yeah,
it.
of course, yeah.
But the main thing is that I think he'd be trying to investigate the orb more, or like
Mm-hmm.
trying to commune with the voice in some way.
Okay. Definitely. Okay, I'll keep that in mind then.
So, yeah, that would be the big thing for him. And even with things like how he uses the orb to summon the
Mm-hmm.
the smoky Tales from Beyond stuff. Like I'd happily like burn a bardic inspiration to like interact with things, or I don't know. He'd just be like trying to figure things out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
So,
I'll keep that all in mind.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay, well, I hope everyone enjoyed the session.
That was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That story, Georgie, was fucking crazy. I was so enthralled.
Tell me about it. I've been waiting to fucking
that's
tell
really
them for a while.
I need to go back because I meant to. It's written in my notes. I need to go back and take more notes on the
Thank
first
you.
one. Oh, you're welcome.
Good.
That was awesome.
I had fun writing it at the very least.
It was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, seriously.
I hope I did a good job reading it, by the way, Georgie. I was like, kept fucking up words and then like stuff like that, and I was like, ah!
I don't blame you. Like there are a couple of bits that I had fixed, but don't worry about it.
Yeah.
like it's fine. It's also not your own work. It's a lot easier to sit down
Yeah.
and read your own work than
Mhm.
someone else's,
Yeah.
because you know exactly how it's meant to be spoken.
Yeah,
So
exactly, yeah.
You did a good job of doing the readings.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah,
Getting ready to sit down on the floor with my legs crossed. Reading time.
Yeah, I
It's
hope
horrifying.
all the mystery and all that, because I know it's a lot at the moment. It's a lot of role play, so I know it's a little bit can be a bit overwhelming for everyone. But I hope it's not too much.
No, I don't
Not
see
a
why.
thing.
For my
Yeah, it's
money,
kind of the point.
I'm really enjoying Helen. Hearing from Helen.
yeah. Helen's
I want more Helen and Osdred buddy
Yeah.
cop
Yeah,
investigations.
God, that was fucking funny.
That was the funniest shit. I had my mic muted so much because I was just laughing.
Osdred, I love you, Kieran. Osdred is the most awkward character you've ever made.
He's no fry up.
No, he's just so not sociable or like antisocial in every way possible. Do you know who he reminds me of, Kieran? He reminds me of your dad when he's in a bad mood.
Yeah.
It's like I can feel you channeling that energy. It's so funny. I love playing awkward character like that. Fucking the Gunther, the fucking shopkeeper at the stockyard. Just
That was so bad.
I can feel myself being like, I feel really awkward just doing this.
I was saying to people when you went for P, I was like, that's the only time I've ever felt like being a murder hobo in D&D. Was with that stockyard guy. I was just like, I'm just gonna fucking kill this guy. He's so annoying.
That's what some characters are like in Barovia, though.
Oh, completely.
Yeah,
What some people are like in real life.
yeah, true. Just very true.
Yeah.
Me.
And I'm glad Devil finally got his double bed.
Oh,
Hallelujah.
Campaign complete.
Yeah, finally alone.
Exactly. Take that, Strahd. I bet you don't have one.
Cuts to Strahd just on this single bed, like, curse you, Daggersen!
I'll get you next time.
Why did I imagine him like curled up with a teddy bear?
Curled up with his own doll, Mr. Moonbeam.
Oh, God.
Oh, I was imagining something else.
I tell you what, it's so hard to fucking plan how much you guys will get done in session. You guys didn't even scratch my notes. Like, it's just so much roleplay stuff. Just like it just takes up way more time than you expect. I was like, they'll have the orphanage done by this session. Nope, not even gone there yet.
Oh yeah. I was.
Why not when there's a panther in a caravan?
Yeah, if it's a panther.
Seeing as Lewis was planning a one shot, and I had an idea for one that I think I told Tom and Lewis about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I'll put the link here.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyone who wants to join can. I don't know when it's going to be. Probably within the next few months.
Hairy biker D&D. Well, I've joined that now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and also we've got obviously because since you're all here, the Christmas one shot is on Tuesday.
Yes.
Planning to because with one shots, obviously, it's harder for me to predict the time again. I will obviously try and make it as strict as possible. I'm kind of hoping we can start slightly earlier at 12, if that's okay with everyone.
Well, are we all definitely doing a daytime?
I think everyone said they were, because George is not working, I know that much. I think Kieran said he could swing it. It's only Anja, I'm not sure if you're working or not.
What day is it?
No, I'll come and do it.
Awesome.
I need to make a character though.
Oh, it's 22nd, right?
20 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it'll be on. It'll be from 12 till Tuesday daytime. So from about 12 till about 6. I will aim. It may go slightly over. I'm really sorry if it does, but I will. It may go slightly under that. I honestly don't actually know how long it'll take. So it could be from 12 till anywhere between 4:30 and 6, maybe 6:30.
Yeah. See how tough Santa is.
Yeah. Well, it's actually Krampus you're going to be fighting.
Oh,
it's Krampus's Midwinter Madness.
that is so
I've
cool.
also got the. I think you've already all guys have joined my one shot thing on Roll20. But I will.
I haven't on Roll20. I did on Beyond.
It should be the same one as it was last time, though, Steph. From.
Oh, in that case, yes.
Yeah, I put it all on the same thing for one shots.
Yeah.
I will add the D&D Beyond one to people now as well, just in case they haven't got that. Then you get access to all the stuff.
I did want to tell you this. I did choose those. You said we could have 3 magic items.
Yes, you can have 3 magic items.
I've chosen 3, so if you're happy.
I will have a look, yes. And Georgie, you are more than welcome to join as well. If you're about. Oh, that sucks. But no worries. We will be there in spirit. Yeah, if you're feeling up to it, then you're more than welcome to join. You can play Stefan's robot. I'm so sad, Steph. That a part of me is so happy you went Battlesmith because awesome, but when I saw Artificer, I was like, is he doing the Iron Man Artificer?
No, afraid not. Afraid not.
I got excited and then sad.
No, I'm going for the badass toy maker.
That's fucking cool.
Oh yeah!
Holy shit! Yeah, it should be fun. Anyway, I'm gonna go order some food now and stuff. Thank you everyone again. You're all awesome at role playing and really fun to play with. So
Thank you, DM.
Yeah.
You're awesome too,
Thanks,
Viz.
DM.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll
Thank you.
convene
See
for
you
Strahd
Tuesday.
in 2 weeks. But obviously, yeah, see you on Tuesday for one shot.
One
See you
shot.
tomorrow.
And see you,
Yeah.
see Kieran, Tom, and Hannah and Anja tomorrow for Waterdeep Madness.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
More
Into the sewers we go.
It can't be crazier than fucking Power
No.
Hour.
No.
I need to clip that.
Why would you say that when Kieran's in the call? Why would you challenge him with that?
Yeah, true. That's a good point. Stefan,
Yeah, you say that. Nothing's going to be crazier than us being transported to a plane made of cheese.
True. Yeah, true.
Well, the Viper D&D might be. So.
I forgot
Don't
to.
challenge
I don't
him.
know if Kieran told you, Stefan or George, but Kieran, fucking at the Power Hour had a like a show in the in interim that was a puppet demonstration of Tom's campaign, basically.
It was incredible.
Wow.
You have to just clip that one bit. Just
I
in
will.
general.
I will clip that one
Holy
bit.
crap.
It's fucking hilarious. So
The
funny.
grey puppet was great.
Yeah.
Flying
Like,
puppet
suddenly
was
it appears from nowhere. It's grey.
Slashes down behind the dragon. It was awesome.
It's so fucking funny. I like the bongo one as well. It's like, Lyra is gonna save us all. Fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus.
Awesome.
So funny. I'll try and upload that at some point this week. Anyway,
Yeah.
see you later, everyone.
There you go.
See you later. Bye.